is the host of Dolly Vision on YouTube. Check it out, folks. He travels around the country covering all types of cases like this.
What is up, YouTube? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Wake the hell up. It's time to get shaking and baking. Big day today. Day 3. Adam Montgomery trial. I know y'all been waiting all night for this, right? Ready for a long, boring ass day in court. I'm here. I showed up for duty. I'm here for jury duty. I'm even a little early. I got my coffee this morning. I got my coffee. Who is ready for jury duty? If you're ready for jury duty, hit the like button. Throw a 1 in the chat. Who's ready? We had a good day yesterday. We got to see a lot of witnesses opening statements. Okay. Mr. Adam Montgomery, Mr. Special Guy himself, he didn't have to be in court. You know, prisoners got rights these days. Okay. Be like, yeah, I don't feel like going. Come back to my cell later. You know, move along, deputy. Move along. You're talking to Mr. Montgomery here, a man who murdered his child and beat him in the head, but he don't have to go to court. He can show up when he damn well pleases. Oh, hell nah. That don't sit good with Dolly this morning. It don't sit good with me this morning. Now, we ain't taking bets, of course, because we know this man is not going to be in court this morning. Okay? He ain't going to be there. Not today, Satan. Okay? He don't want to look them people in the face, but I guarantee you this. I'll tell you when he will be there. Anybody know? Anybody know? When Kayla takes the stand, Mr. Montgomery will be there. Okay, because he's a monster and he wants to sit fear into this woman. Okay, and no, he can't sit in fear while he's in a cell. He is going to show up to face this lady, to look his evil right in her eyes, to try to scare her, to get her not to talk. Okay, I'm calling it. When you go, Dolly, you the best psychic on damn YouTube. I'm going to be like, you call me Dolly Serafina from now on, okay? I got all this. I know. I looked at my crystal ball. I said, crystal ball, when is this man showing up in the court? And then it didn't say nothing. Then I was like, let me throw a little voodoo magic on it. Crystal ball. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's saying it. It's telling me. It's telling me. He's going to be there when Kayla comes to court, okay? He's going to be there when Kayla comes to court because he's a monster and he wants to scare the Headphones. Okay, you guys should be able to hear me now. Do y'all have sound? Everybody got sound? Are we good to go? Yes, we're good. Yeah, all right, cool, we're good. All right, we are back. I guess when I hit that move that crystal ball, it didn't like that. The voodoo got me, right? All right, we good. Just making sure. Loud and clear. All right, I'm just making sure because I had to reset my mixer and everything. I guess when I set that skull, the crystal ball, I hit my mixer and it unhooked one of my wires. And then what it did was it sent an error to my computer. And the only way to fix that error is to reboot the computer. The good thing about StreamYard is at least it didn't end the stream. It just go ahead. I just real quickly rebooted my computer so I could get my sound back up and running. So anyway, where was we at? Oh, this dude not having to go to court, Mr. Special Treatment himself, right? So we're 45 minutes away from court today. It was the voodoo you put into it. See, when you put that voodoo out in the world, it always comes back to get you. It always comes back to get you. So Dolly is the man. Hold on. I got stuff sticking to my coffee cup. So like I was saying, day 2, we got to see Uncle Kevin, right? Remember Uncle Kevin? I think he stole the show yesterday. You know, if I was looking for an actor or like somebody to put into a movie, I would have picked Uncle Kev, okay? Because that dude was literally up there shaking. It was the craziest thing in the world to watch. I thought this man was on murder trial. Okay. I was like, Uncle Kev, you ain't going to prison today, man. You don't even got to act like that. Right. I have never seen somebody so scared in my life. Not facing prison time or the electric chair. He looks more scared than Adam Montgomery. Kevin Montgomery, you would think he did it. Okay. And he's the one that actually reported it to CPS. And I see a lot of people talking bad about some of these people that did try. And I get it, because people believe everybody failed Harmony Montgomery. But I think some people did try. It's just the system sucks. Okay. We live in a world where there's all kinds of children being abused. Trigger warning. You know what I'm saying? It's rampant in this country of people beating on their kids, not taking care of their kids, not watching their kids, throwing their kids in the trash, right? Letting PlayStation raise their kids. I mean, this country's full of that. Let's be 100% honest. It is. It ain't just Harmony, right? Harmony's just the one that had a crazy daddy beat her to death. But this is all through the country, and this is how things fall through the cracks because there's so much of it. Right? I don't completely I know everybody went in yesterday on that social worker. He was terrible. I ain't gonna lie. I can't take up for that guy. He's a bad one. See, that's what I mean. In this world, there's good CPS workers, just like there's good police and there's bad police. Like there's good plumbers and there's bad plumbers, good electricians, bad electricians. He was a bad one. Okay. He looked like if you listen to him, he had a bunch of different jobs. He's a damn mailman now. Okay. Because he probably wasn't serious about any of these jobs. He's like, I need a job. Oh, they need a CPS worker. I'll be a CPS worker. But you don't care about kids. You don't care about the welfare of kids. If you did, you would have confronted them. And then after you seen that this child had a black eye, you thought it was nothing to it. You couldn't look at the fact that you was talking to a convicted career criminal felon. Okay. The man is a career criminal and beating on his kid. And the report came from a family member. It ain't like it came from a stranger. Okay. Like it ain't like some stranger just reported it and was mad at you. And let me call CPS on you. This came from inside the home. Them calls you got to take really serious, right? And I don't think that was taken serious. And he allowed this man to buy time. He collected a paycheck. That's all he was doing. He allowed this man to buy time. So the time he did see Harmony, it was a week and so later, 10 days, however long, almost 2 weeks later, her eye had done healed where it was just red and faintly bruised. So he didn't get to see it in the same condition that Uncle Kev got to see Harmony Montgomery's eye. Right? This is where she falls simply through. She fell through the cracks before this man. Okay? Let me tell you this. That man is a lot at fault with his goofy looking ass. Okay? Mr. Mailman. You are a lot at fault at this, but there's more blame. It goes before him. The people that placed her in Adam Montgomery's care. Okay? What the heck? When did they start giving convicts kids? That is a crazy, crazy one to me. This man has literally shot a man in the face, all kinds of violent crimes, and you can look at him. He looks violent. Does this man look violent to you? If he looks angry, press 1. Does this man look like he would attack you in an alley and steal your purse? I mean, he looks like that kind of dude to me, right? Like I was walking out the store, I'd put my hand on my blicky. If I seen this dude walking up, I'd be like, all right, this dude walks, I'm going to shoot, I'm going to put one in him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he looks like a criminal. You know, good people. Look, some good people in this world tattoo their face. Okay? Some good people do. All right? I ain't going to hate on everybody that has a face tattoo. But 98.8% of motherfuckers with tattoos on their face are criminals. Okay? You can make a mistake in your past, but when you get this old and you still a criminal, okay, I can see you raise a little hell when you're young and you wild and you get in a little bit of trouble. But when you get to about 40 years old and you got damn teardrops and your neck tattooed up, you can tell these are not real old tattoos, okay? The ones on his neck and stuff like that, them babies look pretty fresh. So you some 40-year-old man getting tattoos on your face and neck, like where do you and you work at a pizza fucking joint? How do you expect? Now he didn't even work at a pizza joint, right? How do you expect to advance in life if people look at you and they're scared? Okay, I hate to say that. But people do judge you by your damn appearance. They probably shouldn't. You know, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. We hear that. But hell, dude, your cover is screaming at me, convict. Okay. Before I even open the book, I know it's a prison book. All right. It's probably about an escapee or a dude that killed his baby. You look like that, right? Like, it ain't like he's a dude that looks like a computer nerd and you're like, oh, I can't believe he did that. You can look right at this dude, right in his damn beady little eyes, his crinkled up forehead, his convict looking ass, and know he did it. I don't even need a trial. You can just show me his picture. I'd have been like, guilty. Fucking throw him in the gate. Send him to Alabama. Okay? That's what I want to do with all criminals now. I want their asses sent to Alabama. Find a way to charge him with something in Alabama. Okay? I think he drove that car to Alabama and beat Harmony Montgomery. That's what I think. I don't think it even happened there. I don't think it happened. I think that happened in Alabama, and we should be charging this man in Alabama for these crimes right here. That's what Dolly thinks. I think he did it in Alabama. We need a petition. We need witnesses in Alabama that seen that vehicle there. Okay? Seen his vehicle, seen him with a bag. We need it, right? That's where he needs to be. He don't need to be somewhere where he can sit in prison for the rest of his life with his little beady eyes so he can prey on other prisoners. No. He needs a one-way ticket to Alabama. I'm moving to Alabama now. You watch. I'm going to find me a house right in Alabama. I feel safe as shit. Mess with me there, you get the gas chamber. That's what I'm talking about. We got to get these people off the planet. I'm only here. You know, here's the thing. We're going to watch all this. We're going to watch this shit for weeks, right? And this dude's going to go live his nice little life in a prison cell with cable TV, internet, a boyfriend. You know, is that justice? Is that justice? Hell no, that ain't justice. That ain't justice. We should be stoning this dude. He should be tied to a stake in the city square. We should be throwing rocks at him right now. You know what I'm saying? They should be handing out railroad rocks, and we should all be standing around. I'll tell you what, I'll throw the first stone. I don't give a damn. I'll be the first one to sling that rock. I'll explain later, Jesus. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, we'll talk about it later, right before I sling it. Woo, right upside the wig piece. This man deserves no mercy. You know? This inmate needs to throat punch this guy. Like, how are they ever going to lock him up with other inmates? And we knew the blame game was coming. Who didn't know the blame game was coming? I didn't even have to be psychic. I didn't even need the crystal ball to know they were going to blame each other. This is going to turn into Kayla did it, Adam did it, and then we're never going to find out where this baby's at. I hope he buried that baby in Alabama. Okay? I hope he did something in Alabama. I hope he did something. Something. We need you in Alabama, dude. We need you in the Bama. Roll Tide, okay? We need you that way. I don't know where he hid this baby, but we might get lucky, okay? He did anything in Alabama, you get in the gas chamber, homeboy. Nitrogen. They said that shit was so brutal. Could you imagine dying like that? Could you even imagine it? They said it wasn't quick either. It wasn't quick. Dude, foaming. They said it was brutal. Brutal. That's what I'm talking about. You know, that's what I'm talking. That's what you get, right? It can't be brutal enough. If you leaving this planet, what does it matter which way you leave? Okay? What does it matter? Did you care when you was killing somebody? Did you care about that person that was begging for their life or pleading, taking their last breath? Why should we feel sorry for you? Why? Take them all to Bama. Let's get them down there. Let's get them down there. So day 3, I don't know what we're going to see today. I'm assuming more witnesses. We haven't even got to the experts yet. And that's when it's going to draw into days. When we start getting these expert witnesses, you know what I'm saying? They're going to get up there and talk for like 6 hours. You're going to be here like this and shit. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have like 14 coffees lined up. It gets boring. Them experts are boring as shit. I can deal with the people. I can deal with, you know, Uncle Kev up there breathing all heavy and fucking about to have a heart. I thought the man was going to die on the stand. I was like, could they please stop asking this man questions? Because at this point, we're watching you try to kill this man. Okay. And I mean, he wasn't faking scared either. There ain't no way to fake that type of scared. I have never been that scared in my life. He was trembling. He was literally trembling. I had a damn, what was that thing at the zoo that was eyeing me? And it was about to jump the fence and eat me. I don't know what, a cougar or something. And they had this little wall up, a cheetah. It was a cheetah or something. And this thing was like crouched down, eyeing me, and he was walking with me. I wasn't even trembling like that. And I was about to get eaten by some wild fucking animal at the zoo that they didn't have a good gate for. Norfolk Zoo, y'all need to work on the enclosures y'all got for these wild ass animals. I don't know if anybody's been to Norfolk Zoo, but when you get near them big cats, move quickly because there ain't shit stopping them from eating you. Okay. And this cat was looking at me like some shit, like a chicken nugget. Like he was looking at me like I was some Friskies. I was, no lie. I was literally like, oh, I'm a little bit scared right now. And I wasn't that scared. Like I wasn't trembling like, oh my God, this cat's going to eat me. Right. But I was nervous. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, oh shit, let me get the hell up out of here. This cat's like, he wasn't looking at nobody but me. And the other one wasn't paying attention to me, but this one was. It was like I don't know, like we had beef in a past life or something. I don't know. But it was like, and there's this little fence. I ain't lying, the fence is this tall. It ain't like this cat. Oh, it's a little moat and a little fence. I was thinking this cat will jump this shit and gnaw me in the face. And I still didn't shake like Uncle. I didn't shake like the Uncle. He was over there. Can you ask the question again? I asked you your name. Can you ask me the question again? That shit had me rolling. I was like, is this man? You might as well ask the question twice. Be like, hey, Uncle Nick, what did you see? Oh yeah, Uncle Nick, what did you see? I mean, he would just forget where he was at. He just was so scared. He was trembling. He was faking 100. Nah, he won't faking that. Nah, he won't fake. That dude was about to have a stroke. Okay. I thought at some point he was going to literally, they will make him fall out on. That was real. You can't fake your whole body trembling. I mean, I can sit here and go like this, but it ain't the same. He was literally, he had the shit around him rattling. Like the cup on the table. The cup on the table was going like this. That's how bad he was shaking. I was like, damn. That's why I kept saying yesterday. I was like, you're not going to jail. Why are you so scared? My heart broke for him. Look, a lot of people gave him shit. He tried. He might not have tried to the best. You know, some people would have tried harder, of course, you know, but he tried. He did try. And think about this. He showed up to put his own family in prison. I know that's hard. I know that's hard as shit. But look, in a murder case like that, what are you supposed to do? You know, you got to do the right thing. His nephew chose that life. You know what I'm saying? His nephew put him in that position. You know, he shouldn't have been so. If anything, he should have been mad at his nephew for putting him in a position like that. You know, you put me in a position where I got to put you in prison. You done beat this kid in front of me. And I don't know if Uncle Nick, that is his name, right? Did I mess his name up? If he's scared of Adam, we don't know. That dude, it looks like a pretty scary, intimidating looking dude. He does have a brain injury from the bridge. I don't know what exact. Uncle Kevin. Okay, Uncle Kevin. I said Uncle Nick. It's Uncle Kevin. Okay. Thank you guys for keeping me on track. I thought I messed it up. I was like, is it? You know, we got a lot of names. It's Uncle Kevin. That should be easy. I'll try to lock it into my brain. But Uncle Kevin's scared. Uncle Kevin was scared to death. We also seen Harmony's mom. For you guys who didn't watch day 2. That was heartbreaking. That was the hardest part for me to watch. Okay. Because if she would have started this bawling, it probably made me cry. Because she already had me at the verge of sad, you know? And I was just like, man, poor woman. And, you know, everybody, even the chat, y'all guys were killing her. Y'all were just crushing her. And I was just thinking, man, this lady, she effed up, right? She effed up her life. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. But she's on a path of trying to fix it. We got to lift them people. We can't kick those people, right? Because we want them to do better in this world. If we kick her and she gets on the internet and she sees all these people, but how do you know she won't turn back to drugs? You drug addicts, it don't take much for them to you know what I'm saying? They have a struggle and they're looking for a reason to do drugs. You know, don't give these people, you know what I'm saying? Especially with her being on the right path of trying to get clean. She relapsed a few times, and you know, the care of Harmony went back into the foster care. But she continued to try. She didn't give up on herself, right? She didn't give up on herself. She's still continuing. She's still fighting that fight to try to stay clean. That's an everyday fight. Even for people that's been clean for years. Soon as something bad happens, drug addicts usually go back to drugs. That's their coping mechanism. So if everything's running smooth for her, she don't need those drugs. But soon as shit don't go as planned, you get stressed out. You go right back to what your coping mechanism is. Okay? It's just the way it is. So let's hopefully she stays clean. They definitely need to do a better job vetting CPS workers. You know, that's for sure. Because, you know, this girl, she fell through the cracks, not just once, not just twice, but multiple times. I can see a slip through the crack. It happens. Something slips through the crack. But how many cracks does it have to slip through to where CPS becomes responsible or somewhere at fault in this? I believe we way past that. I believe we way the hell past you have to take responsibility for what's happened. Okay? Not just Adam, but the CPS. Y'all allowed this to happen. And I could tell you now, if that mother was on a jury, is suing you right now for $100 million, and I was on the jury, I would award that $100 million to that mother. Why? She was trying to get her life together. Social services had care of this baby. They made the decision for this baby to go with Adam, not her. Not her whatsoever. So to put blame on somebody that's battling addiction and in out of rehab that can't be in their child's life at that time, and it ain't good to be in their child's life, she's not to blame. She's not to blame. She made mistakes and she'll pay for her mistakes, and she has to live with those mistakes every day. Man, if I hadn't been on drugs, I'd still have my daughter. My daughter still be alive. She has to live with that every day. She has to live with that pain and suffering. Every day she's clean. And think about this. You're trying to get off of drugs, and now you got to cope with that. Okay? You got to fight that, man, I was on drugs. I wasn't there for my daughter. Every day. You don't think this woman thinks about that every day? Every single day of her fucking life. Forever. She'll carry scars that she'll never get rid of, you know, but she made those choices when she chose to do drugs. This is the reason people say, just say no, just say fucking no. She looked like a good, decent person, destroyed her whole life. Okay. And I'm saying, I can't say it destroyed her whole life, because she can still build something great, but she is going to carry them scars forever. So I think it's hurtful to say things about this lady. You know, yeah, she was a drug addict, but terrible parent. Doesn't care about her kids. She was too worried about getting high. Yes. But she made the choice to try to get her life back. You got to respect that. Okay. She could have just said, fuck this. I'm going to do drugs till I'm found dead somewhere. But she didn't want that. And she did reach out and try. She even wrote the mayor. You know, she wrote the mayor. This woman was trying. Some people think she wasn't trying hard enough, but she did put in an effort. Okay. It ain't like she didn't do nothing. The bio mom tried to reach out to Adam numerous times to see her daughter. Blocked. Yes, she was blocked. Now, I don't know what kind of relationship they were had going on, but in over a few years, she only seen her daughter a couple times. And here's the thing is, Adam was a drug addict. You might as well have left him with the mom. She was a drug addict, but she never hurt the baby. Okay? If you put him with a violent drug addict, the mother wasn't a violent drug addict. She was just a drug addict. Okay? Adam, a violent drug addict convict. Like, how does he hold weight over her? Okay, if you're both drug addicts, this one's a convict, this one ain't. Easy pick. Go with the one that ain't been to prison for 20 years. CPS is a nightmare. The CPS worker didn't write the mayor, but he could have. You know, when he seen the little girl walk into the car, he never even looked. He never even looked. He probably never got out of his car. I doubt he even went by there. Get a judge to sign a warrant, and then a deputy goes to the house with us. I don't know. If he's seen him, he pulled up, he watched him leave. Why didn't he just walk up and say, hey, we got a call? If he knew it was Adam too. Like, how did he know? Did y'all notice he said that? He said, when I observed Adam Montgomery. How did he know that was Adam Montgomery? But he didn't know the little girl was the little girl. But he knew that was Adam Montgomery. And if he would have knew that he was coming to a case for Harmony Montgomery, and that is Adam Montgomery, and Adam Montgomery's with a little girl, Who the fuck you think that little girl is? Dumb dumb. Okay. Who do you think, no, Mr. No Brain, who that little girl is? Of course, the little girl. Wouldn't it be weird he's with some other little girl? He didn't put enough sense. There's Adam, which he knew it was Adam. He said it was Adam. But I didn't know that was a little girl. But you knew that was Adam. Okay? What, he kidnapped somebody else's kid? You dumbass. Like, you know that what they need is like slap-a-vision. Okay? Where you can literally reach into your TV and slap the shit out of somebody, right? Because that's what I felt like. Like, dude, you can't be that stupid. Come on, man. I'm a dumb. I know better than that. Like, when you say shit so stupid that I know it's a lie, right? That you know it's a lie. Man, dude, there's no way you're that fucking stupid. Okay? If you was that stupid, you'd be eating grass. Okay? Just, you ain't that stupid. He knew. He was just like, fuck this, I ain't getting out. Horrible. The stuff we heard yesterday was just horrible. Anybody disagree with that? It was all horrible. It was just horrible as shit. I was like, how many people failed that kid? How many people? I was just counting. This one failed it. This one failed it. I was like, God, like, poor Harmony, man. Poor Harmony. Some kids are born in this world without a fighting chance. Little Summer Wells, Harmony Montgomery, Cody Bixby, and the list is good. They're not even born with a fighting chance. Innocent souls. Ain't even old enough to ever did anything wrong. Probably not even think nothing wrong. Just little angels, right? We got to get these monsters off the planet. We need to turn this country into Alabama. Stop this type of stuff from happening. Send a message to people. Look, you do these things, you hurt your fucking kids, you're going to pay, and you're going to pay severely, because it's the worst crime, because these are the people that are supposed to protect you. It's worse than a stranger killing you to me. Okay? Your mom and dad abusing you, beating you, and torturing you. Born into that world only to get killed. Right? So you were just born in this world to be tortured. That is heartbreaking. It is super heartbreaking. And there needs to be some special punishment for stuff like that. Okay? People want to cry cruel, unusual punishment. Criminals cry that. Okay? That's who cries cruel and unusual punishment, is criminals. Well, so y'all cry. Y'all have right. The dude don't even show up to court. Right? He don't even show up to face his accusers. I get that in a misdemeanor trial. Dolly didn't show up. Okay? Now, not even by video. But that's a misdemeanor crime. Okay? I ain't in there facing felony charges of murder going, I ain't going to court. Y'all talk to my lawyer. No! They should drag his ass by his teeth. Okay, to that courtroom and chain him to the chair if he don't want to be there. Put a spit bag on his head. You going to listen? He should have to listen to every fucking word of this, every bit of it, every single word that comes out. He should have to hear it. He should have to have nightmares about it for the rest of his life. He should have to face these people. Court chief verified that he won't show up to the court because he got upset because he doesn't want to be strip searched. Wait, because he wants to get a shank in there so he can stab the woman in the neck. Nah, you getting strip searched. All right. That's part of the game. All right. That's part of the game. They should go in there and strip search him in the cell. All right. Because when they do shakedown, they strip search you. I tell you, I hate to bring back some jail memories, but I'm in jail, right? I'm in jail. And a fucking deputy loses a handcuff key. Okay. In the jail. Right? The deputy, this dumbass deputy, right? This dumbass deputy. He comes in, he tells everybody, right? He's like, look, I can get fired. He's like, I need this key. It's popped off my belt loop somewhere. A handcuff key. Now we're in the pod, so everybody's still locked up. Nobody got handcuffs on, so you don't really need a handcuff key for anything, right? But he's getting in trouble over this shit, right? And he comes in, he tells everybody, he's like, I got $300. I'll take you, go get you real food, right? Give you $300 on canteen. Anybody brings me that key. You got the whole jail searching for a handcuff key. Okay. I mean, the whole fucking every inmate in the jail is looking under cracks. I mean, people are laying on the floor looking at shit, searching other people's rooms, right? Asking people, did you steal the key? You got the key? You got the key? So it became this whole game of fucking Clue right inside the jail over one handcuff key, right? Oh, no. Okay. So they gave everybody a few minutes to search for the key, right? Next thing you know, they had the whole CERT team in there, suited up, pepper ball guns, everybody on the floor, take off your clothes, go to the gym. They got everybody butt naked, wintertime, right? Butt naked in the gym, all clothes, take it off, right? And you go in the gym is all bricked in, but they got this screened in window so fresh air can come through. And it's literally 3 degrees outside. Okay. So they got 100 dudes in a gym, butt ass naked, right? While they tear this whole pod apart. They're looking for this handcuff key. By this point, the deputy's in trouble. They know the key's gone. They're tearing the whole jail apart. Okay. Because this is how people escape and shit like that, right? And they had just had somebody escape before I got there. This dude's name is D. Starlin that escaped. All right. He's my best friend's brother, which makes it even weirder. But he escaped because they wouldn't send him to prison because they turned the jail into a correctional facility so they can hold you in the jail for 5 years. Okay, so he had just escaped. This dude loses a handcuff key. They got everybody naked, coughing, spread your ass cheeks, everything, right? So they allow everybody back into the pod. All right, you go back into the pod. You're like, damn, everybody's getting their clothes back on. The whole pod's destroyed. They don't clean it up, right? So you get back in there, lights out. About 1 o'clock in the morning, boom, they bust back up in there again. Okay, everybody on the floor, strip your clothes, right? And you're thinking, what the hell? They done within 2 hours, they done did it again. 2-3 hours, they're back in there again, searching, right? Searching. Everybody take your clothes off one at a time. Walk up the depths, lift your sack, cough. I mean, in the freezing cold, in the freezing ass cold, right? You know what? The deputy, listen to this shit. He goes to get out of his car and the handcuff key gets stuck on the little thing that you pull the seat back with to lean your seat back. And it's in his car. The damn key is in his car. He didn't lose the key in the jail. He lost the key getting out of his fucking car. And they put all, I mean, look, because if you have contraband, like if you have anything you ain't supposed to have, like certain foods or things like that, they take everything. They take everything. So they need to hit him with some shakedowns, right? Like, you don't want to be naked. This is a problem to you. They can do what the hell they want to do. You know, like when you dare, you dare. You don't. When they're screaming and you got flashbangs and shit going off and they're going, get on the fucking floor, take your clothes off, you get naked. Okay. Everybody sprawled out. It's bad. It's bad. I'm like, oh Lord. And of course, because the dude had escaped, they had the whole jail on lockdown. So you couldn't come out your cells. It was bad. Look, so every inmate was in there. So we were watching the news, right? And they caught the dude, the D. Starlin guy that escaped. They catch him. The whole jail erupts on the news. Like, you would think they caught, like, I don't know, the worst criminal in the world, because the jail thought since he was caught, they would lift some of the restrictions in the jail. Okay? Because now he's back. Maybe we'll get more gym privilege, things like that. Because nobody could do anything because they had to escape convict on the run. But they called him and everybody was cheering and shit. You were like, wait a minute, ain't y'all criminals? You know what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to cheer when a criminal gets caught if you're a criminal. You can't be in jail cheering for people going to jail. You know, another thing they do a lot in jail is watch cops. In the next 48, like, you're living it. Why you gotta watch it? Okay, well, why you gotta watch it if you're living it? But anyway, this man don't want to lift his sack and spread his cheeks. I'd drag his ass in there. If you buck, I don't know what state he's in. Just say you were in jail and you didn't want to go to court here. All right. They got what they call a buck chair. Exactly what it is. If you buck, they strap you to this chair. They call it the buck chair. They strap you in it. They throw your ass in it. They strap you up like a mummy, right? And they put a spit bag on your head so you can't spit on them. And they wheel your ass in there. Facts. You are not going to court. If they got to bring in fucking 10 of the biggest deputies they got to beat you to the ground and put you in this chair, you're going to be in there. I don't know. It blows my mind that he can decide when he wants to show up and when he don't want to show up. We give prisoners too many rights. Now, like I said, here in Virginia, you don't got no rights. You got the right to shut the hell up and do what they say. That's it. That's it. That's the only right you got. I'm telling you, I done been through that system. You shit. Try that here. Try that shit here. All right. They wouldn't go for it for 1 second. You know, we did also execute, you know, Malvo. We didn't, not Malvo, but Muhammad we did. That's the DC sniper. And we executed that dude within 3 years. We were breaking records, right? Virginia was the shit back in the day. I don't know. Things have changed. Now we can execute, but we don't. We still have execution, but we choose in Virginia not to use it. And what good is it? Right? So we went from being Texas is the leading in execution people for executions. Texas. You go fuck around in Texas, you get executed. Okay. Virginia was number 2. We were right behind Texas. That's why when everything broke out in DC, that's why they wanted them tried in Virginia. Right? Because they shot people in Maryland and shit, but they wanted it done in Virginia first because Virginia was going to execute them. They knew that. Right? They knew that shit. You come to Virginia, we right behind Texas, right? You're going to get executed. And that's what happened to them. But then shortly, just a few years ago, they decided, hey, that executing people might not be the right thing to do. Okay. I don't know who came up with that, right? Like we was the racetrack for executing people. Right. And then all of a sudden there's this shift. You know, a couple wrong people get executed, a couple lawsuits. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But we need to definitely go. If we're going to use capital punishment in this country, and we're going to create laws in this country, they need to be all the way across the country. I feel like each state is its own country. They have different laws. How the fuck is that possible? We should all have to abide by the same laws in this country. If we're going to use capital punishment, we use capital punishment across the board. Any state you kill somebody in America, you can get the death penalty. And if we ain't going to do that, then we need to take it off the board completely. And say, all right, we ain't executing nobody nowhere. But this picking and choosing, or where, you know, we can execute people, where if you break the law, we can capital punishment. But if you break the law over here and kill 100 fucking people, we just got to put you in prison. That has to change. That has to change. Give me a second. We're getting close to the court TV. I went on a good 30-minute rant there. Okay. All right. Let me close that up. We got court up. Let me share the screen with you guys. Okay, guys, if you're just tuning in, there's like 600 of you here with me now. Make sure you hit that like button because the algorithm hates my ugly face. Okay. So if y'all hit that like button, it's like throwing a wrench in the system. Okay. Rage Against the Machine. Give Dolly a like. You wish they would bring back the death penalty in the UK. Y'all don't even got guns in the UK, do you? All right, let me hit this hide. And we are 8 minutes out And you know, this judge right here, she's right on time. She's pretty prompt. Okay. When she says an hour for lunch, she takes an hour for lunch. When she says this shit's going to start at 9, it's going to start at 9. Now, it did end a little earlier, you know, and this is going to go on for a few weeks. So if we get a concept of when Kayla is going to be in court, I may go up there for it. Okay. Because I'm still making up my mind. Should I pop in? Should I not pop in? That type of thing. I see 244 likes. Come on, guys. We got like 600 of you here. And there's only 244. I gotta eat. Okay. I got up early for this shit. Early. So I'm on a pretty normal sleeping schedule. But, these long streams, I ain't been able to really get no videos. I've been, lately I've been shooting videos, little videos to put out. With these long streams, I ain't had a chance to get out any little videos. So make sure you guys hit it, because that's usually how it gets us in the algorithm a little bit, is those videos. You see 320. And also, guys, I started me a TikTok, okay? And here's the problem. I can't stream without 1,000 people. That's fucking weird. But look, so my TikTok is Dolly's True Crime. Easy. Dolly's True Crime. Add me on TikTok. I need 1,000 so I can stream. As soon as I get 1,000 there, I'm going to be streaming on here shortly, guys. I'm going to be streaming on every platform there is. I'm going to be on X, which was Twitter. I will be on Instagram. Okay. I will be on TikTok. I will be on Facebook. I will be on YouTube, and I will be on Twitch. Okay. All them platforms simultaneously. So no matter what platform on this planet you're on, you will be able to watch Dolly live coming up soon. I'm buying me like 6 cell phones. I'm buying me a stand that holds them. I'm going to be like, doop, 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 doop when I'm out. So you will get everything everywhere. Now, I didn't even know they had things like stands that held multiple phones for multiple so you can run multiple platforms, because you can't, certain things you can't stream from unless you stream from your front phone, and I stream from a desktop. Okay. But that's going to change, because I'm going to add a cell phone that's streaming to TikTok, one that's streaming to, you know what I'm saying? So it's going to be everywhere, just simultaneously. And here's the thing. I was thinking to myself, if I go up to the court and I'm outside or whatever, I'm inside, y'all really can't watch me, right? Or watch the court. Oh no, I got it where if I do go, it will stream from here, and I can jump in and out of that stream from my phone. Okay. So you'll be able to watch the court and watch me simultaneously outside the courthouse. So if I go up, ask anybody questions, you'll be able to see that and simultaneously watch the court, and I'll be able to see the court with you. I got it set up pretty cool. It's pretty damn cool, but that's if I do decide to go. So what'll happen is I'll be broadcasting from there. The court will be broadcasting from here. Okay. And I will be able to jump in and out of the stream from my cell phone of the court stream. So you'll get both simultaneously in a split screen. It might split screen up like, I don't know, it may be like this, or it may be like this, but I'll be in both. You'll have the court and you'll have me outside the courtroom. Okay. Just like you have court and me here. Only difference is you'll have the court playing and me be somewhere else. Dolly, are you down with the Mexicans in Mexicali? Am I down with the Mexicans in Mexicali? I'm down with everybody. I ain't got no hate for any person on this planet. I love everybody. I love everybody except for these monsters. I want them in the death penalty. I want them in the chair. As far as, people jumping the border, I don't care what people do. You know what I'm saying? Just don't take my job. As long as immigrants don't start becoming YouTubers, we are good to go. Okay, that's terrible. They're taking our jobs. That's what I always remember from South Park. Okay, remember the South Park shit? They're taking our jobs. No, I don't have. I have nothing but love for everybody on this planet. You got to remember my baby mama. She's a Mexican chick. My kid's half Mexican. So I got love for all people. I love you, Dolly. Thank you. I love you guys too. You are the best. Dolly for president. Yeah, so love everybody, man. We're all brothers and sisters on this planet. Everybody's crazy over these invisible walls and borders and things of that nature. Like, you forget that we're all human, that we all live on the same planet. We all got to coexist. And some people don't get that shit. To me, all it shows is there's still a lot of racism in this world. A lot. In different ways, I don't know. We'll see how everything plays out. Emma gifted $5 memberships. Anyone else feeling like Uncle Kevin waiting for this to start? Is anybody feeling like I don't think nobody on the planet is feeling like Uncle Kevin, right? Adam Montgomery don't feel like Uncle Kevin. Uncle Kevin was scared to death. You're racist. You hate everyone equally. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I don't hate no person worse than I hate anybody else. I usually choose, on your actions is what I judge people on. Poor Kevin. Yeah, right? I'm ready. Can they start this shit already? We 1 minute away. 1 minute. So I think they're going to still be calling witnesses this morning. Free Clubber just gifted $5 memberships. Thank you. Make sure if y'all got a membership from Emma or Free Clubber that you give them a big virtual hug and you thank them. Okay. Because them shits ain't free. These ladies are working hard for that money. Okay. So hard for the money. Cheeky Chops said, I membered up. Thank you for becoming a member there, Cheeky Chops. Thug Life. All right. Thank you, Free Clubber. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm ready. I didn't drink my coffee. I'm out of coffee now, but I'm hyped. Did somebody say, people need to come legally? Now, listen, I think some of that, I don't want to go conspiracy on people. I think some of the stuff you're seeing at the border is show. Why is it a big deal now? Well, you don't think people were flooding across that border 3 years ago? Why is it always when it's around political time? I think these motherfuckers are being bussed in and bussed back out, and the same people you see coming over that border are the same people coming over that border and they're being paid. Why do they not look dirty? Why they got new shoes on? Why they don't look homeless? Why don't they look like they struggling? Because they get on buses and they're this is propaganda. This is for TV. Okay. Yeah, we have immigrants coming in. Does it look like I live in a city? Is it overtaken? People are being paid. Everything you see on the news, people, is not real. Look around. Just look around in your world first. And then when you see a problem, start to think there's a problem. But why I think there's a problem before there's a problem? When I look outside, do I see a problem? I see a bunch of clean ass people that don't look homeless walking across the border to be homeless. Make that shit make sense. You look like you got a home. You're coming somewhere to be homeless. It's real in your town. I'm sure that the fluctuation of immigrants coming to this country is a little more populated in some areas, especially if you're close to the border. Most of that shit was Mexico to begin with. All you doing is giving them a little bit of their land back. All right, let's don't be greedy. The shit belongs to the Native Americans anyway. Everybody took the shit to begin with. Ain't no realist in this world. Everybody is like, they got a side. Just a side. That's why I don't do politics. I can't pick a side. I can't do it. It's all fucked up. Everybody on this planet that runs this shit is fucked up. Facts. The whole system is rigged. The whole system's rigged. You bought into it. The best thing is not to buy into it. They create division, divide people. Read the Art of War. April P gifted 5 memberships. I mean, I hate to be the one to say that. You know, I don't even hate it. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to turn it into a conspiracy thing. But everything is what you see. There is so much propaganda in this world. Things that are created. Things that you do know the CIA controls the news, right? You know that? You know that. They tell them what they can put out and what they can't put out, right? Y'all know the CIA controls your media sources, right? That's why they fear alternative sources. They hate this shit. They don't. You get too powerful in this world, they kill you. Name anybody powerful in this world that had a voice that didn't die. That's why I don't want a voice. I'm a big dum-dum. Don't come kill me. I don't know shit. I place dumb as hell. I don't know nothing. Oh. Everybody that had a voice. Every single person on this planet that had a voice that's been assassinated. I don't even want a voice. Okay? I'm just a character on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? They kill your ass in this country. Let people want to listen to you. You go with their program or you get assassinated. Somebody prove me wrong. Name somebody that had a powerful voice that's still alive. I'm waiting. Name one person that delivered an epic speech to the country. That is a lie.
Good morning. Please be seated. I understand you need to see me come.
All right, let's do it. Everything's a rich man's trick. Some people get it, you know. It's smoke and mirrors, people. This world we live in is smoke and mirrors. Uh-oh, there's fun. Our dude, look, he shined up. He shined the forehead up for the day. He was like, yeah, they're watching me. Let me get this thing polished. Ain't it? Look at the light gleaming off that bitch. That thing is freshly polished. His wife waxed that shit right before he left. They hit that bitch with a buffer, some 300 grit sandpaper. Look, he ain't got one blemish on that head. He ready. Let's get ready to rumble. Fun! In the blue corner, weighing in at approximately 195 pounds with that thick-ass sweater, we have Deputy Fun! And in the red corner, we have the judge that keeps muting the fucking mic. Hurry up, okay? Uncle Kev, right? Uncle Kev. Uncle Kevin versus Fudd. Who would win in a Hell in a Cell match? He looks like a Bill or William. He could be a Bill. I can see a Bill. He does kind of got a Bill resemblance. Or maybe a William. He could be a Bill or William. He got a couple eye boogers. You know what I'm saying? He got up a little too early. He's like, damn, I'm here again. 40 more days to retirement. 40 more days. I want a Fudd t-shirt. Here you go. I want a Fudd t-shirt. I should show up to court with a picture of him on my shirt. That shit would rule, dude. That would be the greatest YouTube shit ever. Right? I've seen it before, a prank or a dude went into a GameStop, but somebody went in there before him and took a picture of the clerk, and then they printed it onto a game, and he took the game back in there. It was a game with the clerk on it. He wanted to return it, and the dude picks it up. He's like, man, that's me. He's like, man, get the fuck out the store. He's like, hey, he was like, what the hell are you doing? And the dude's trying to, keep it together and not laugh. But maybe I should show up with a Fudd shirt on. Would they let me in the court? They wouldn't let me in. They'd be like, dude, you can't come in with that on. Wear his face right on the shirt real big. That would be so epic, though. It would be so epic. Or you could get in there. The way you could get away with it and maybe not go to jail is wear a long sleeve shirt, right? Button up, And while you're sitting there, just slowly be unbuttoning it, until it's open and it has his face on it. He looks over and sees himself. You know what I'm saying? It'll be fun. It'll say fun on it real big. But I don't know, man. They might try to take that funny shit and put me in jail, though. You'll be like, man, this ain't the place for that. We got a place for you, Mr. Funny Man. Spread your cheeks like Adam Montgomery. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, damn, I'm in jail and damn, I don't even know where this is at. New Hampshire. I ain't never been to a New Hampshire jail. He looks like a Barry. Okay, a Barry. Oh, they just called him. Dolly's talking about you again. You on YouTube, folks. Don't pick your ass. That's what they told him. Fud's like, damn, why they got to show me all the time? Like, I wonder if we'll get a part in that Tom Cruise movie. Calling his wife again. I don't know who Fud's calling. He's calling somebody. Whoever he called, he must have called the dude to shine his head up yesterday, because look, I'm telling you, his head's way more shiny today. That shit's freshly polished. He hit that with a razor, everything. Look at that. You can see the light strip on his head. You think he's a Gary? I don't think he's a Gary. He looks more like a Bill. I think she was right with the Bill or William. We all try to guess the man's name. This shit's terrible. That's how bored it is. That's how bored it is. We try to guess the deputy's name. All right, let's get some action. Okay, can we get Uncle Kevin back up there crying? Like an earthquake. Fud called Dolly. I wish I knew his number. I'd call him. Be like, yo, bro, we're watching you. I know what you did last summer. Fud, you only got 40 days to go to retirement, man. You can do it. He should have ate that Taco Bell yesterday. Remember, as soon as that lunch break was over, Fud had to go, boy. Uh-oh, he just hit the button. That's the panic button. Fud is ordering Dolly soap. That's right. BuyDollySoap.com. Fud, there you go. And add me on TikTok. Dolly's True Crime. I'm going to look up there tonight, and Fud is going to be a fucking follower. Here comes Adam. I don't know. I don't think they're going to bring Adam in. I don't think they're bringing him in till Kayla comes. When Kayla comes, he's going to be there. You watch. He'll spread his cheeks for that. Oh, he has a name tag. You're going to zoom in to see if you can see it. Don't spoil it for us. Dolly has turtle shine soap. They already got that turtle wax. Okay, turtle wax. I don't sell it though. It ain't a product that I make, but I think he hit that shit with a little bit of turtle wax. He might be a turtle. Okay, he might be already subbed up. He looks like a Dolly viewer. Not too far from hospice. You know what I'm saying? Like me. Oh my God, turtle. Yeah, he will turtle wax that shit up right there. That's that liquid. That's that liquid turtle wax.
Does not have cuffs on her hands. Just we'll leave her there. We'll bring the jurors in and then we'll bring her in.
All right, let's do it.
All rise for the jury, please.
I'm up. I got up this morning. Does that count? Let's do it. So we day 3.
Oh.
I want to see somebody go crazy, and Fud had to tackle him. Go hands on. Feels like day 200 already. Okay. Let's get it. Make sure you guys hit that like button before we get this started today. We got a long day. Strap in, grab you some popcorn, some coffee this morning. is Adam shackled like Turtle
Please be
Boy
seated.
was? Adam
Good
only
morning,
got to show up
ladies
to
and
court.
gentlemen. Whenever the state is ready, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, this is Kayla Montgomery.
Are they getting Adam Montgomery? Who they getting? They just went back there to get somebody. Oh, that's Kayla. Right? Oh, they're going to start it with fireworks this morning. Here we go. Uh-oh.
Just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Oh, fireworks right off the rip. God, I thought he would be here for this. I was wrong.
Kayla, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
I was wrong.
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
She looks a lot better than
Where do
the
you currently
thumbnail.
live?
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire
How long have you been there?
for over a year
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
for perjury, for lying on to the jury about the whereabouts of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was that the grand jury?
Yes.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
She lied to everybody.
Why'd you do that?
She looks a
Because
lot
I was
better.
scared, and I
She's been
was
eating in
told
there.
by Adam to stick with that story, that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came and picked me up from work, which I was not working there at the time,
So where was you at during that
he
time, though?
didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand jury?
His name tag
Yes.
says
what you
Fudd.
told
Thank
the
you, Pat.
police?
I knew it was
Yes.
Fudd.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
She's higher than a kite right now. I don't know. I don't think so. She might be on some.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison.
How
Do you
long she get
understand
for
the
lying?
consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
Of course, she don't went to prison
And
for it.
since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators? Have you sat down with the Attorney General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
How many times?
About 4
She's
times.
heavier.
How many hours?
A couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you?
I'm just was kidding about the hospice stuff. It was a
Yes.
joke.
And that was on the perjury charges.
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam.
So Adam came up with the whole
Why did you
story.
stick to it?
Because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and
It's hard to
for
hear.
him, because I didn't want anybody
It's all the way
to get
up.
in
That's the
trouble, and I
court.
was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you referred to Harmony Montgomery just now. How do you know her?
She's Adam's daughter. And he started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her, and he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her, and it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
Showing
Wow.
this witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Oh, look at that pretty little
Who's
girl.
depicted in this image?
Harmony and myself.
And can you point to Harmony? And is there a date associated with this image?
Yes. July 7th, 2019.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
Yeah.
Do you know who took this photo?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 98.
Any objection?
I wish they would show the picture real clear to us.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Okay, walk it over here to the camera.
Kayla, what were you and Harmony doing in this photograph?
We were taking
You
pictures.
should have went to the police,
and
Kayla. She should have.
laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point.
4 years, they
Do
said.
you remember when that was?
Just to kill her.
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When
That
you
is
got
right.
custody
She
of
didn't cry when
Harmony,
he was dripping from the ceiling.
Was she potty trained?
Yes.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
Life for
No.
life. I agree with that. Brokenhearted.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018. Probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's.
He was beating her. That's why she couldn't
Montgomery.
control her bowels.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle, Kevin
The state made a
Montgomery,
deal with the devil.
Adam's brother, Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend, Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla, though.
Yeah. And myself and Adam, and we had Seamus.
How old was Seamus when you moved into that house?
About to turn 1.
Would you recognize that Guilford Street house if you saw it today?
Yes.
Yes?
Guilford Street. This is where the house that he blacked Harmony's eye at. This is where Uncle Kevin lived. Adam was very controlling. I don't know. She had every opportunity to report this.
As State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those?
And she still wants to be with Adam.
That's the house. And this was Harmony's room.
And do you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 1 and 2.
The house on Zillow has Minnie Mouse on the walls.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
She failed that baby and put her kids in harm's way. I had to agree with you a little bit on that too.
Kayla, States Exhibit 2. What can you
Would
tell
she
us
have let
about
her
this
beat on?
room?
Would she let him beat on her kids like that? That's my question.
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street. And she really likes Minnie Mouse.
When you
So
say
that's the
she really
picture right
likes Minnie
there.
Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
Oh,
When you say
Minnie
you helped
Mouse.
decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall. And got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets.
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
And Kayla, whose room was that prior to Harmony moving in?
It was Helen Montgomery's room.
Helen Montgomery.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 10 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony's toothbrush?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 10.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't know it was going to pop up there. What was I trying to do? Oh, let's see.
Kayla, you mentioned that Helen moved out and Harmony took over the room.
Yes. She moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019,
Do you know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019, so several months after Helen moved out. Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was
Adam's
myself
wife.
and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony. And his brother Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was stealing money.
I knew it was money. Somebody said donuts. I was like, nah, she was stealing money.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes.
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
Yes.
Did you take responsibility for what you'd done at Dunkin'?
Yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida, and I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Where's your Minnie Mouse?
And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned,
Yes.
where were they when you were at work?
With Adam.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest, Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
And you said you were working from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
You're too far back in the video. Somebody said no sound. That was a while ago.
When you would get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he
Yeah.
return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
Good. See, Kevin ain't a bad guy.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? May we approach?
Yes.
All right, here we go. They're going to mute it. They're approaching the bench. This has to do with that conversation that Kevin had in the kitchen when he confronted Adam about hitting little Harmony Montgomery. He said he threw her ass around. What did he say? Slung her ass or threw her ass all around the house. Okay, was his words to Kevin, something of that nature. And he said that she had tried to suffocate. Was it Seamus? I think the smallest child. He said he was in the bathroom taking a dookie, and he came out, and Harmony was trying to suffocate, had her hands over the little boy's mouth, and his lips were blue. Now, we don't know if that's true. This is just what Adam Montgomery's saying. Now, this is coming from a career criminal that's, trying to put up, that could all be lies. She may never try to suffocate that baby like he's saying, and he's just hit her because he's a shitty person. Trigger warning.
Kayla, you mentioned Kevin sounded angry.
Yes.
Was this a quiet conversation?
No.
How would you describe it?
Yelling at each other back and forth. Argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry.
Where were you during this conversation?
In the living room of the house in Guilford Street.
And where were the children?
Playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had, that I was told that.
So the black eye that Harmony
Yeah.
had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
First time you
side.
saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So the first day you saw it, when it was red, really red, how did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work, and I saw her face, and it was red, and I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street
Who was she at home with?
with Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing, and Seamus hit her in the face with the lightsaber by accident.
After you heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin, did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after
What was the new story he told you?
that he ended up hitting her in the face because she covered our son's mouth because he was crying, and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying, and Harmony had her hand over his mouth, and he came out of the bathroom and saw that, and his lips were blue.
His lips
Purple
are blue.
blue.
See, I think
And
that's all
he hit
lies.
her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury?
Yes.
Do you know a Demetrius Soros with DCYF?
Yes.
Did he come to the house after that interaction between Kevin and the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know at the time what the purpose of his visit was?
Yes.
What was it?
DCYF got called about the children not being taken care of, and that Adam was abusing his daughter.
When Mr. Soros arrived at your home, what did the defendant do with Harmony?
He left with her. He grabbed Harmony and left with her.
He grabbed her and left?
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with Demetrius that day?
Yes.
In that conversation, did you cover for the defendant?
Yes.
Why?
Because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
The
Was
baby
there a
would get in
period
trouble
in
for crying.
2019 when you no longer lived at the house on Guilford Street?
Yes.
And tell us how that came to be.
We ended up getting evicted from the house in November of 2019, the day before Thanksgiving, because the mortgage wasn't being paid.
Because they're buying drugs with it. You can't smoke the mortgage.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
They smoked up the mortgage. She said they were doing crack and the big H. Okay. So they were doing they were just doing everything. She had plenty of time to go report this. Like, he wasn't even always around her. He would leave her for long periods of time. She could have easily, she can't be like, I was scared. You know, you just didn't care. They found a letter in her cell where she still says she wants to be with this man. Okay. After all this, she still wants to have relations with him one more time, it said. That is, you want to be with a dude that beat his baby to death, woman. Think about your brain. Think about, you're not thinking, you're not using your brain whatsoever. This man killed his child. He's never getting out. And you still in this fantasy world of you want to be with him. Them days are over. You got to get a grip with reality. Because I think she's still lacking a little bit of reality of what's going on. Things ain't changing. Okay. And they're not going back to the way they were. Y'all not going to be doing drugs again together. Y'all not going to be cuddled up, kissing, and that's never happening again. That's over. And I don't think she understands that fully. She thinks in some miracle way something may happen and he might not get found guilty and they're going to rekindle their love. Woman, you're crazy. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. All right. It absolutely is not happening. So this is insane to me. Okay. Absolutely insane. Oh my Jesus. She feels bad for herself. Of course she does. She's in prison and she should be in prison for way longer. They only charge her with perjury. To me, she's an accessory. Does anyone know how long she was sentenced to? How much time for the charges? That I don't know. Somebody try to tell me if you can find out. If people are actively using, please consider birth control to spare children. That is right. If you're a drug addict, don't be having babies. If you can't take care of yourself, don't bring nobody else into this world. She only got 18 months, I thought. Wow, that ain't shit. 18 months?
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the court take judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 is November 22nd.
The court takes judicial notice that the day before Thanksgiving in 2019 was November 27th, 2019.
Kayla, why were you evicted from the home?
Because the mortgage wasn't getting paid.
And after you were evicted, where did you begin living?
In our car.
In the car. That was a downfall
kind
to
of vehicle
everything,
was
that
it?
car.
A Chrysler Sebring.
When you began living in that car, who were you with?
It was myself and Adam, Harmony, and the 2 boys
Where were you sleeping during that period?
in the car
Where would you keep the car?
behind Colonial Village in Manchester.
Why Colonial Village?
Because that's where our friend lived,
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did you
That's where
tell
the dope
Mr.
man
Bodero
was
that
at.
you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
We don't play in
And so can you just
Alabama. Come
describe
on
the
down
sleeping
for Dolly
arrangement
for a
in that
little bit.
vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat. And Harmony was behind the passenger seat. And the baby, Declan, was in the middle. And Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Kayla, I asked you earlier
I had the whole
about
car
whether
full.
Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she
Thank
was.
you, Tracy.
Yes.
Did that change at some point after the eviction?
Yes.
Virtual hugs
Tell
to
the
you.
jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom. And so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in. And she wouldn't tell us that she had to use the bathroom.
I couldn't adopt 3 babies.
Was she
No.
only peeing or was she having other accidents?
One kid
She
maybe,
was
but not
also
3.
pooping.
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
A lot. Like at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes.
How was the defendant responding
Where
when
was
she
she
had these
supposed to go?
accidents?
Getting angry.
Would he do anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean that he would smack her?
She
He
was
would
petrified. I believe
smack
it
her in
too.
the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Trigger warning, trigger warning.
Were these soft smacks,
No.
hard smacks, or something else?
They were like hurt, stung smacks.
What makes you say hurt, stung smacks?
Because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked,
I
by
bet she
him.
did.
and I could hear it, and it sounds like it hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying or you could hear the smack?
Smack and the crying.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
Harmony.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
Yes.
How were they manifesting on her?
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her
She was probably covered in bruises.
repetitively.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to Harmony?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see
CPS
her
did
bleed as a
nothing.
result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
I think they should give
Did you
her
ever
life
see
in
the
prison
defendant
too.
attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with the comforter that we had in the car
Why would he cover her?
so nobody could see her.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time.
Terrible.
Anytime
Wow.
that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
He would keep her covered up in the car.
Kayla,
Wow.
were you involved in an accident, a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha Scott.
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the two boys.
Terrible.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license. I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time.
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side.
And where was Harmony?
Next to me and Declan. She was in between,
And where was Seamus?
in his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned the Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
Going to get drugs. Probably high when they wrecked.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was an intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a four-way, intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going, and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers
He's
able to see Harmony?
33.
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes, so she was covered with a blanket.
Were there other people, specific individuals that he would cover Harmony up and keep her hidden from?
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero, and when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her, she didn't see her, but she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th.
Wow. So they were hiding their black eyes and
2019.
everything. They could have helped her at any
Does that day
point.
stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
Since the date that Harmony passed away.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
That
Were you
car,
still sleeping in
man,
the Colonial Village parking lot?
and that monster.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that
She
accident?
didn't pass away. She was killed.
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
Instead of helping that baby, they want to go get drugs.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
Don't act like you care now.
How did she react?
You didn't care then, that's for sure.
She was crying.
And you did nothing to help her. You could have
You
saved that little
mentioned the
girl.
methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
And do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
This woman here is something. Now, she could have helped that baby at any time she chose, and she chose not to. This is horrific. Yeah, Adam should be in this court. He should have to be there to hear this stuff. But she could have helped this baby. You know, she could have helped her. All she had to do was jump out the car, start screaming, run, get help. It would have all ended. But she chose to be with this dude. She chose to continue doing the drugs. And she's done this to herself. Now, yeah, the state has made a deal with the devil because it's a devil thing to do. You know, this girl getting a couple years for lying. What about the years she should get for letting this little girl die in front of her? I don't think we needed her to get a conviction out of Adam Montgomery. To be honest, I think the proof they had with his handprint, the blood in the home, in the ceiling, I think that was enough. Like, why give this lady a deal? And when, you know, she's just lying to protect herself too. She damn sure wasn't no hero. You knew them blows were hurting her and you did nothing. You sitting there said it. You knew they sounded like they hurt. Why did when you went to methadone clinic, you was by yourself? You could have told the doctor, "Hey, this dude's beating on me. He's beating on the baby," and they would have called the police for you. It would have all ended
Okay.
right there.
I'm just going to ask that you review the second page. And this page, paying careful attention to the times.
Okay.
The item I just handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from our the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
See, she could have
What
went in
time
there and
was that?
told the doctor. She could have told the nurses,
7:04.
security. They have cops at the methadone clinics.
And what time
Anything.
did
She could have
the
stopped
defendant
all
go in?
this?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
Oh.
Your Honor, at this time I moved to strike ID of States Exhibit 89 and Marcus Full.
Any objection? Okay. The ID is stricken and entered as a full exhibit.
Kayla, can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine and he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelt that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him?
Drugs were more important to her.
point
Yeah,
that morning?
I agree.
Going to get food.
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King.
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
So she wanted Burger King. She wanted Burger
What
King
was
after
Harmony
this
doing
kid's
at that point when
gurgling.
he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot.
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to
She
walk
wasn't
the
saying
jurors
anything
through
because
in as
she's
much
beat,
detail as you
almost
can.
dead.
What happened on your route from Habit Opco to that Burger King?
Wow.
Adam was getting really angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights he would go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
Man.
And you've said
They
there were
should,
several
they
times
should be
where he
punching
punched
him in
her
the head right now.
repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, it wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
Did you ever ask him to stop?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habit Opco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything to Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
How is she gonna stop crying? She's hurt. They should.
He said she was making a weird
I can't even tell you what I think they should do to these people. They might kick me off YouTube.
It was like I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did you try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes,
Tell the jurors what you did to help, to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looks at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. It's his crazy eyes. I didn't like it. And
See the crazy eyes.
I couldn't stop him from hitting her.
Did
Because
he?
the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
Like he was either going to hit me or just, I don't know. It was weird. And that was like one of the first times that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
No.
And we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive. You said that
He should have
Harmony was
tried. She should have
crying.
took the ass whipping
She's
for that
making this
kid.
weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
You would have to
She
beat
was
me to
behind
beat
the
that kid
passenger
like
seat.
that.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
I'll happily
Yes.
take a blow for
Was
any
he still
kid.
driving at that point?
Some, like, kind of. It, like, between the red lights and it definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Where were your other two children at that time?
In the back seat.
What were they doing?
They had no idea what was going on.
How old were they?
Seamus was about 2.5.
Would you let him beat on your
and
son like that?
Declan was 11 months old.
You wouldn't let him hit your kids.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was going to say something or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
You didn't even want to see it.
You were scared of
She
what Harmony
disgusts
would look
me.
like?
She disgusts me. I wish I could reach her right through the screen right now.
That
You could have
attempt to
saved that
intervene,
baby.
were you successful in that?
No,
Did he stop after that?
shortly after that,
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
he said he thinks that he really hurt her. But he felt something.
Wow. I wish I had shake-a-vision. Just reach in and shake her. Oh my God.
When he said that he thinks he really hurt her, where was the
Smack-a-vision.
vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Wow.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Killed that baby and ordered some damn Big Macs, Whoppers.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger
She
King?
was more worried about her eating than that
In
baby.
the driver's seat.
Did you go inside to the Burger King or something else?
No. I don't remember going in there.
Did you go through the drive-thru?
Yes.
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
Ate it, gave some to the kids
Where were you when you ate the food?
in the parking lot
Which parking lot?
of Burger King.
Now, the kids were behind you at that point.
Yes.
Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No.
Why not?
Because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
That's the same blanket that you mentioned earlier.
So they were hiding her.
Yes.
The same blanket he would cover her with?
Yes.
She didn't get any food. Nah.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot, Kayla?
Went back to Colonial Village
And how did you get there?
with the vehicle, Adam driving.
Was Harmony still under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
No.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
Oh God.
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit, or if it was before.
That moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes.
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
No.
Did Adam?
No.
Why not?
Why didn't you check on her?
Good question.
Because I was scared.
Oh my God, lady. Oh my God, lady.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village
You're
parking
doing
lot, when
drugs
you
with
arrived
this man.
back
You're
there,
dating him. You're that scared. Why are you with
what,
the man?
what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use those drugs for in that parking lot?
Probably we were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
They did all the drugs in 10 and 15 minutes. And then they nod out and go to sleep? Or
Where
no,
did
they
you
were
go
smoking
from
crack.
the
They couldn't
Colonial
have.
Village parking lot?
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point.
Yes.
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
We made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle, and so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's
She
talk
was
about-
murdered. She didn't pass
You
away.
say Harmony had passed away.
She was murdered.
When did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When
Thank you, Brenda.
Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, like, and trying to
Why
punch
call her baby
and there was
girl?
nothing.
He
Was he
wasn't a baby
touching
girl
her?
when he was beating her in the head.
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to figure out what to do and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk and
You know what he did, lady. You watched every bit of it. You seen the marks on her. You listened to her cry.
and
That's a
Put
fake
her in
cry.
the
She's
duffel
fake
bag.
crying. She's fake crying right now. That ain't even real. It ain't even real. That shit is so fake. Uncle Kev was realer than you. Okay?
You mentioned this duffel bag from the trunk.
I don't feel bad for it
Had you
all.
seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used
Yes.
for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody. And it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the double bag.
Oh my God, this is horrible. This is horrible. It's hard to watch. Oh my God.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No.
Did you?
No.
And when you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
No.
Why not?
Good
They
question.
had the two other kids and I was scared.
Scared
Okay.
of?
That something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him
You
put
were
her in that
scared.
duffel bag,
You
fold her
wasn't
up, and
scared
put
for
her
your
in there.
safety?
Yes.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Wow. God, they need to do the same thing to them.
Did he say anything to you
The
after you
same
put her in
thing.
that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
Fake tears.
What did you do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
With a dead baby in a bag.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
Put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
What now?
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony.
That's Anthony Badero.
Yes.
Where was this snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in a snowbank?
Adam.
Where was that snowbank that he put her in?
In the embankment from the parking lot.
What was around that snow embankment?
A dumpster. And cars and snow.
And she tried not to help. She didn't tell anybody.
And you said he put it
Nothing.
in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah.
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
Left her there. And we got a ride from Bodero to get the stuff out of our car.
And where was your car at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
So Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle?
Yes.
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
So she was strung all
vehicle
out and
was
didn't
your home
give
at the
two
time?
dams.
Yes.
He didn't
What
beat
did
her
you do?
kids.
After that, in terms of a shelter?
I really despise this girl. I bet
Bodero
you
let us sleep
hard.
in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
he wouldn't even let y'all in the house. Let y'all sleep in the car. That tells you how strung out they were.
Just for the weekend?
Yeah.
Is that what you had asked him for? Or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
That's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi.
Do you remember what color it was?
Blue.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was Harmony's body?
Why didn't they put diapers on
Mr.
her?
Badero's vehicle?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster.
Why?
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero's car?
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Oh, he was on
Yes.
Facebook.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne.
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She shouldn't have got no deal.
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Ugh.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids,
Where was Miss Frayne?
outside of the car with
Where-
Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
Badero bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights,
Yes.
and the first night the battery died.
Yes.
When was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night.
So at least their
'Cause
friend
he didn't
fed them.
give us food for a couple of dinners. He gave us food. We had the pizza and stuff like.
Could you repeat that, please?
A couple of nights we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house,
And what's your aunt's
You could have
name?
got help there.
Kimberly Simmons,
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
in Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. So that means he had to have got out the car, grabbed the bag out the trunk, and they took the baby to the aunt's house. Poor Harmony. What I hope right now is, I would say no deals for anybody, no leniency on anything until they tell us where this baby's at. Okay? Because she's still missing. And that's the really sad part of this. This baby is laying somewhere folded up in a duffel bag, crushed. Trigger warning.
Yes, you may.
So, Kayla, I'm going to hand you 3 exhibits, and I'm just going to ask that you look at the first one and look at what you need to do. So that first one, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That again is on South Main Street.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID and mark as full. States Exhibit 25.
Objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Now, Kayla, when Mr. Badero dropped you, the defendant, and your two children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing.
That looked like a big ass house. So their family looked like they had a little bit of bread, but they were probably strung out on drugs. And you know, family don't like to help you when you're strung out on drugs.
Can you show me where you
She don't look like she come from broke people. Got a nice house. How big that damn house is? They got more money than Dolly.
Taylor, if you can take a look at it, Exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27.
That's her aunt's house that they're showing.
What's depicted on those two items, Taylor?
The porch. Up close.
No, because she said she put it under the porch of the house. They went to her house. She said house. She didn't say
Yes.
apartment.
Is there a difference in the two photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
She said apartment? I
And
thought
Your
she
Honor,
said
at this point,
house.
I move to strike the ID and mark as full. States Exhibit 26.
Aunt's
and 27.
apartment. Okay. I thought it looked big.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And I move to publish them for jury.
Yes, you may.
You mentioned the defendant putting Harmony's body in a duffel bag under the porch.
Yes.
Your aunt's home?
Yes.
I gained 30 pounds in jail.
Yes.
You can't nowhere to move around and you just eat.
Okay, into your aunt's home.
Yes.
How long were you there for, Kayla?
A few hours. We were
You
trying to
need
figure out
Alabama treatment. That is
where
right.
to go.
What was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk so that she could talk to my mother so that she'll let us stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Now we gotta eat.
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother.
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the two boys,
Soap party needed.
Where was
That's right.
Harmony at that point?
Dolly soap.
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And what did he figure out in terms of where to put her?
There was a cooler in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. and he put the cooler in. He put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash. He put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point.
Yes.
Can I approach her?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Yes, you may.
So he's moving her around. He's taking her out the trash. Horrible, horrible. You know, why carry her around? That is the weirdest part of it. Usually,
For identification.
most people kill you, they dispose of your body. They don't keep it
Yes.
with them.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full states exhibit.
So nobody asked where Harmony is. They kept telling her she went back to
The
stay with her
ID is stricken.
mom.
It's entered as a full exhibit.
I move to publish.
Yes, you may.
Guys, if you're just tuning in, hit that like. Let's get us up a little bit. How many likes we got on this video? Let's thumb it up. We're going to be here to the end of this trial today, so give Dolly some love. Dolly got to eat. There's 738 in the room with us.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this cooler?
Adam pushed it in the cooler so it would fit.
Is that something you saw him do?
Yes.
Were there any noises when he did that?
Not that I remember.
How long was she stored
Hey,
in that
Colonel
cooler
Med.
for?
For
We're at 835. How many likes we got? Let's get the likes up, guys. Let's see if we can hit 1,000.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
for a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time you were with your mother?
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day, multiple times a day,
Where was the cooler kept?
in the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway, or was it?
It was access to everybody who lived in the building, but it was on the level. of my dad's
Wow.
apartment.
So she was
And tell
just
us about
sitting in
the
the
hallway. What
cooler. They
else
were
was
using it as a
kept in there?
doorstop.
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
Well, it's like a
don't
cooler
remember.
steals in the smell.
Where
To
did you
open
go
it, like a
after
refrigerator,
living
old
with your mother?
refrigerator.
To the fit shelter, families in transition.
Good
And
morning.
when you moved to the families in transition shelter, is that fit, the fit shelter?
Yes.
When you moved to the fit shelter, where was Harmony's body?
Adam put her. In the ceiling. In the vent. Of
In the
room
ceiling.
that we stayed in.
What room did he stay in while you lived with the families in transition?
Now they do know this because of her, so she did give them
the
this
first
information.
room. It was room 1.
This is one thing she helped the case with. She did tell them that he put her in the ceiling.
And how did he access the ceiling to store her in there?
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
There was a vent.
And who slept under that bed?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification of States Exhibit 30. through 34. Can you please look at each of these items in turn and describe what's depicted?
Whose work he ever did? Probably
This
so.
is the outside of the family shelter.
Hey, true crime, crime, and change.
And this is the door to room 1, and next to it is the second room.
That's exhibit 31.
And this is the room.
I'm just going to ask to move it a little away from the microphone. Thank you.
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that setup, the way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that states exhibit 32. But it states exhibit 33. What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
Why
And
do they
what
do this on
happened with
TV
that?
monitors?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And states exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items looked like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full states exhibit 30 through 34.
Any objection?
1 second, guys.
Only through 34.
All right, the idea is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up what's been marked, or what's been admitted at states exhibit 30. What is this item? What is depicted here?
The outside of the family shelter.
How long did you live at this family shelter for?
A month and a half almost.
And states exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
So you stayed in room 1,
Yes.
and you mentioned room 2 being decided.
Yes.
And states exhibit 32 and 33. You mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looked like when you lived there,
Yes.
and those are the bunk beds that you mentioned.
Yes.
And you said you could see the vent that was used in these images.
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what's in states exhibit 34?
That's the vent that he climbed up to and put Harmony in the ceiling.
The roof vent.
You say you climbed up to.
Hit that like, guys, if you're just tuning in.
Adam.
Adam, I think, is very dangerous. But she had an opportunity to tell. She could have told anybody at any time. She could have stopped this. She could have stopped this. She could have told. She could have went and got help. This little girl would still be here. She could have saved this little girl.
At the time you
She
were
cared
living
about
with
drugs
the
and
families in
Whoppers.
transition shelter, was there anything going on with Harmony's body? Was she having any changes? Or was her body having any changes?
Yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell a horrible smell that was coming through the vents.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling and brought the bag in the bathroom.
And what happened when Adam brought Harmony down from the ceiling?
She helped to squeeze the blood out of her body. Honey T. Thank you so much, Honey T. Now
that
they got to eat.
she was starting
Thank
to
you so much.
smell
I put that on my
and
lunch today.
there was fluid leaking.
It ain't fluid. It's blood.
So you smelled her. And did you see the fluid?
No, I didn't see it.
How do you know about the fluid that was leaking?
Adam said that.
What did he say?
He said that there was blood up in the ceiling and fluid.
Crazy nurse. Thank you, crazy nurse.
And so what did he do?
Dolly gets to
with
eat.
that duffel bag containing Harmony?
Yes, we
How did
need
you
smack
remove her from
vision.
the ceiling because of maintenance?
I know somebody gets
He
smacked
put
too.
her in a trash bag.
Mm.
I'm showing you it's been marked as States Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yes.
She knows what she did. She helped.
And how about States Exhibit
She helped put
53?
that baby in that bag. Help compress that
Yes.
baby.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike
Yep.
ID.
She helped.
strike
You know
that
she
item that's
helped.
been marked
That's why
as
she
ID
starts when it
of
gets to
Marcus
something
States
she
Exhibit
did. She'll start to be like,
53.
start to cry a little bit because she's right there.
52
shows her
and
guilt.
53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
They're gonna give this lady 2 years in prison for what she did. She's an accessory to this murder. Honey Dip says she
Kayla,
definitely helped.
How did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Well, there's commentary on this channel. If you don't want to listen to us talk, go to
Adam
Court TV.
squished her in it.
Sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
You helped them. Hey, TL.
It's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibit 85 and mark as full and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
She's
The
not
ID
a
is
lady.
stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So the
Definitely
defendant
not.
put Harmony into garbage bags and he squished her into a bag like this one.
Yes.
And this again was at the families in transition shelter.
Yes.
Where did he do that to her?
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Were you in the bathroom with him when he did that?
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Well, how she said that? No.
Where
Yeah,
did
you
he-
were.
When he was doing that to her in the bathroom.
I heard a loud bang.
Could you see what was going on in there?
No.
You mentioned
Marie, 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
Harmony into the duffel bag
Yes.
at that intersection.
Big love, virtual hug.
Yes.
And then you mentioned him squishing her into this bag.
Yes.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
That is a small bag too.
And what did he do with the bag after he put her in there?
He put her back in the ceiling.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter
So he
for a month
crushed
and a
her
half.
into that little
Yes.
bag. That's
During
this
that
big.
time, did the defendant begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony, getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime. And dismember her.
Wow.
What did he believe that lime would do if he used it on her body?
You eat away the flesh and meat.
Did the
The objection is sustained. So you can rephrase the question.
She's
please.
as dead out as
the defendant
Leilani.
tell you what he believed?
I would have
lime
to be there in
do
person to
when
know
he used
that.
it on Harmony's body?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That it will help decay
It will too. Lime
her
eats
body.
flesh.
That it would help decay her body?
Yes.
Did he
To the
tell you what
bone.
he believed dismembering her would do?
No.
But he told you that that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach for just a minute?
He can't lead her. You know what I'm saying? He's kind of leading a little bit right now. He needs to let her talk. He's kind of leading her. That's what I think the judge is going to say. You know, he's trying to narrow down a time frame. I see what he's trying to get out of her, you know.
As I had said to you, we will take a mid-morning break. I think this is a good time to do that. I'm going to ask the witness for the moment, please remain on the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you, don't discuss the evidence that you've heard, this case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything
Katie
on your
from New
phones.
Hampshire, grateful
Make sure
for
you're
covering
avoiding
this
any
case.
headlines.
Justice for Harmony.
And we will take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back and start testimony again in about 5 of.
Thank you so
All
much.
rise for the
Your
jurors,
super
please.
sticker. All rise.
Am I sitting or am I standing?
She's laughing with the judge. Am I sitting or am I standing? Poor Harmony will never eat a Whopper. Well said, right? She should never get to eat a Whopper again in her life.
The restroom or have a drink of water. This is a good time to do that. 15 minutes, everybody. Yes.
I believe Ms. Montgomery's attorney is here, and you may have snacks for her. I just want to make that available to you.
Okay. If Judy Garrity, speak to the sheriff's office. If there's any issue, they can communicate with me.
I will.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All set, everybody. 15 minutes.
All right, 15 minutes we got, guys.
Judy Garrity. Yeah. Okay.
We already have it in holding.
Okay.
Okay, 15-minute court break. If you got to make some popcorn, get you a snack.
Accomplish that is fine with me. Okay.
Now is the time to do it. Okay. So we're hearing a bunch of crying that looks fake to me. This lady had every opportunity in the world to help Harmony. She had every opportunity in the world to report the death of Harmony. Not at one point did she care about any of that. All she cared about was she was hungry and she was going to eat a Whopper. Okay? She was going to eat a Whopper. She was going to do her drugs. She didn't show one emotion towards this kid. It wasn't her kid. So why does she even care? You don't see him beating on their kids like that because she would have been fighting for her kids, but she didn't fight for Harmony. I guarantee you this, if Harmony's mama was there, she would have fought Adam. You would have fought that lady. You can just tell, right? You wouldn't have been beating on her kid like that, you know, and she never one time even said to stop. You know, we heard at one point she stuck her arm up I don't believe that. I think was a junkie. She didn't care. She's saying all this to benefit herself. She wants out of trouble. She made it known to that she wants full immunity. She don't want to go to jail. Well, that's a little too late for that. But what they're doing is they're going to go, okay, yeah, we're going to give you this perjury. And if you cooperate, we're going to let you out. Wow. Okay. You're letting somebody go that assisted in this murder. Could have took part in it. They could have both been beating her. How do we know that she wasn't beating her too? We don't. I just don't see giving this lady a deal. 18 months, 2 years in prison. You talk. I don't think we need her. To be honest, I think with the blood in the ceiling, would it have been a match to Harmony Montgomery? At a certain amount of blood, you can determine that and decomp that the person is dead. We know she's dead. Your handprint is there. How much fucking evidence do we need? Okay, we don't need her to be giving her a deal. The deal should be this. Tell us where the baby's at, or you can never get out of prison for the rest of your life. That's a deal. Okay? This is the only deal. You lucky the people in the courts up there that are up there ain't Dolly up in there, because you wouldn't be getting shit, lady. This is bull crap. It is total bull crap. This lady she is accessory to murder and covering up a murder, and she's charged with perjury. No, you should be charged with accessory to murder and covering up the murder. What is it? They hit everybody with wrongful disposal of a corpse. You know what I'm saying? They hit everybody with that. Like, you touch a corpse, you getting a charge. You know, assault on a corpse or moving a corpse. You can't mess with them damn corpses. And she ain't charged with nothing. I mean, that is outrageous. Okay, now how many people out here are believing this lady? You believe this lady? Press 1. If you think she's full of shit, press 2, and make sure you hit the like button before you do either. I agree with you, Dolly. I agree, Dolly. Wow. 2, right? I see a lot of 2s. And Doo-Doo Pals, she is full of crap. I mean, there may be a little truth to some of it, but for the most part, you can tell where she lies. When she starts to break down, that's where she's lying. Okay, she does it every time. It's like a telltale sign, right? Like when he asked about that bathroom and she was like, because she knows she was in there helping him, right? Every time he asked her something that she had involvement in, she would go, and then she would continue on with her. That's a telltale sign. I ain't no body language expert, and I don't need to be. But I can tell when you have similar patterns when you get to something tough. It's like Don Wells when you go, Don, where'd you hide Summer Wells? He's like, well, Jesus loves us. You know, we're going to see each other in resurrection. It's the same thing. It's a telltale sign. It's a go-to. And people don't realize they have these habits. You don't even realize it. It's just a natural instinct that you have these telltale signs. And I see that in her. She's predictable. When it gets to something that involves her, she gets a little more emotional. Does anybody else see that? Anybody agree with me on that? I mean, maybe we do have a body language expert somewhere in the 800 people out here that's watching, but that's what I'm seeing. The 2 boys have good homes now. I have rescued myself from human trafficking. Oh, that's good to hear. TL 100%. She did what Adam told her to do. I agree with you. Yeah, but at some point, when you're doing what people tell you, because she do it because she feared him, or did she do it because she loved him and wanted to be with him and do drugs and all that stuff? There's a difference. If you're doing something out of love, you're a criminal. If you're doing something out of fear, you don't want to get killed. It's 2 different things. Okay. She didn't fear him. She loved him. She wants to be with him now after he's beat his baby to death. Totally different. She is a monster. That's what I think. That's all right. Honey dip, monster. Punishment should be, they should be getting punched in the head every day for the rest of their damn lives. This little girl didn't deserve that. You know, they should let her mama walk in the cell every day and punch them in the face. That's justice. right? What's her mama, Crystal Story? They should let Crystal, that is her name, right? I don't want to mess her name. It's Crystal. Punched him in the face every day. I wouldn't have no problem with that. Okay. I wouldn't have not one problem with that. I see her mugshot. Look how strung out she was. Look at her face. Look at this. Look at that. That is what she looked like when she went to jail. You think she cared about this baby? You think anybody that looks like this cared about a child? She didn't care about herself. She's doing drugs that could kill her. Okay. She didn't even want to live, most likely care about somebody else's life. Prison justice. But it's bad when good people pray for prison justice, ain't it? Though, that you out there, and we know most people in here, we're religious, a lot of Christian people. You're not supposed to wish this on people, but you got to. You got to. I'll explain it to Jesus when I get there. I'll be like, look, man, what do you want me to do? I mean, what is right in this world, you know? And now there's only supposed to be one person that can judge you, but look, we gotta get you to that person to judge them. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. How's God going to judge this man if he ain't meeting him? Right? We got to let him meet God to judge him, so Dolly don't have to. Okay? So I don't have to judge the man. Let's let him get to God, and God will figure all that shit out for us. Okay? Because this dude's a demon. This woman's a demon. And this little baby girl didn't have a fighting chance in this world. The system failed her. Her parents failed her. Her stepmama failed her. Her aunts failed her. Fucking uncles failed her. Everybody failed her. Okay? Everybody. Right now, we're failing her. We don't know where she's at. Okay? So they're failing right now. Nobody gets a pass grade. Everybody gets an F. F. Where is this kid at? It ain't a win unless this little girl is laid to rest in a proper burial. Okay? And these people go away forever. That's the only piece of justice there will be. And that ain't even justice. That's just a piece of justice. A piece. A little tiny. They go away forever. This little girl gets to be laid to rest in a proper grave, proper burial. And are we going to see that? Or are we just going to see people point the fingers at each other and he knows where the baby's at? He knows, so they never have to tell where this baby's at. And that's the situation we're in, because the state has done turned, you know what I'm saying? They didn't put, he did it, she did it, he did it, he did it. So this gives us nobody. You don't see, you figure you turn on the news once he took this deal, he came out and said, yeah, I disposed of the body. You would think you would turn on CNN and Fox News today and they'd be digging up Harmony Montgomery, right? That's what you would think. Are we seeing that? No, we still got no damn baby. We still ain't got no baby. I say don't take anything off. And I don't know why he's being charged with second-degree murder, and it's not first-degree murder. Beating somebody in the head over and over is premeditated. This baby pees again. I'm going to beat her in the head. If you thought about it, you planned it. Okay? If you had time to think about it in between beatings, you planned on whipping her ass when she used the bathroom. You knew as a grown man striking a child in the head that you could kill it. You got to know that. Who don't know that? That is murder. That ain't second degree murder. That is first degree, cold-blooded, calculated, planned murder. Not only did they calculate it, but they covered it up. They lied. They should be in jail forever. Simple as that. Simple as that. And they should honestly get the treatment that this little girl, they wasn't feeding her. They said she dropped all kinds. Look how skinny she looks in the picture. Okay. Some kids are naturally skinny, but I don't think she was supposed to be a naturally skinny kid. She weighed like what? 30? Can you guys hear me, or did I just lose sound again? Okay, because something just got really loud on my mic. Can y'all hear me? Okay, we hear you. Okay. It's weird because hear you now. Sound good. Okay, hear you. Okay, as long as y'all can hear me, let me close that. Somehow I lost on this screen share, but I'll just reshare the sound when it comes back up. But for some crazy reason, everything in my headphones just got really loud, and it said that the screen share was muted. So I'm just making sure everybody can hear me, because I've been running into a couple problems. I might have a bad cord somewhere, because it shouldn't be doing that. She fit into a tiny grocery bag. Well, they kept compacting her. So, you know, she had blood in her, you know, and he was squeezing her in the bathtub. He was squeezing her down, trying to get all the fluids out of her. And as he was squeezing her down, he was crushing her. So you can believe wherever she's at, she has broken bones, broken ribs, everything. There's no way to get a baby into a bag this big that is 5 years old without crushing them. And that's what he was doing, and she was helping him. Now, they did it so much in the bathtub that it clogged the drain in the bathtub. They literally had to have a plumber come out and clog the drain from that. You know what that is? That's like when you die, your organs after a while start to liquefy. Everything in you starts to liquefy, and it comes out of different orifices in your body. And that's what he was washing down the drain, not liquid like blood, but thick, liquidy organs and things of that nature coming out of that body. That's why it clogged up the bathtub. And I don't know if you noticed, but blood is really thick. You know, that's just so horrible to even think of a scene like that. And this lady completely assisted in that. Okay, just completely assisted in that, helped him. There's a point where they talk about she was holding her arm while he was squeezing her and things of that nature. If that ain't an accessory to murder and to a crime, I don't know what is. Oh, you lie, so we're going to charge you with perjury? You need to be charging this lady with accessory to murder, covering up a crime scene. And I could, there's probably 50 charges you could charge this lady with, and they're not doing it. This is insane to me. Completely insane. Almost 1,000 likes. Guys, if you're just tuning in, we still got a few more hours to go on this trial today. We ain't even at the lunch break yet. Make sure y'all hit that like for Dolly. Okay, it helps us in the algorithm, helps get the video out there. New people, brings new people in the room. Of course, new people bring new opinions on cases and new information and things like that. So please like, if you're super cool, take a minute, share the video on any social media platform you choose, X, Instagram, Facebook. You know the routine. You know the routine as a good viewer out there in the YouTube world. Okay. I do my part. Y'all do your part. We all work together. Teamwork make the dream work. Okay. Teamwork make the dream work. The dream ain't going to work if we ain't got no teamwork. Dolly loves you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. On a different note, hope my soap and lotion comes today. Okay, Tracy. PJ was here packing and doing some shipping yesterday. So most likely, if your order hasn't shipped, it will ship this weekend, because usually on the weekends we work on orders together. So if it ain't to you, it will be to you sometime by Monday, Tuesday, something of that nature. Hey, Harmony's mother strung out on drugs. Is that why she didn't have Harmony? Yeah, she was battling addiction, you know, on and off addiction, where she was getting clean and then she was relapsing. And in that time, the baby was going back to the foster care lady, which was taking good care of the baby. But at some point, you know, Adam decided he wanted his kid that he didn't love and didn't care about, apparently. And he fought for her for 4 years, according to Kayla. 4 years he tried to get custody of her and finally got custody. A convicted criminal, a career criminal. He should have been fighting for this girl for the rest of his life. You know, he'd be lucky with visitations. That's what I would think until she's 18 years old and can choose for herself. You lucky to have visitations. Most Leslie have this child after the type of crimes you've committed. How can they honestly think somebody can commit those types of crimes and then take care of a small child? I would also like to order some of the soap and lotion. Well, the best way to do it is to go to buydollysoap.com. Here, I'll put it in the chat room for you. We're almost sold out of mostly everything. I got to get in there and make some more stuff. PJ needs to restock everything. I've been a little lazy on making things lately. So, but definitely check out the merch store. We got t-shirts, hoodies, soaps, lotions, body washes, you name it. Dolly makes it. Okay. Jack of all trades, master of none. Now, hopefully, let me stop sharing this. I'm going to see if I can reshare it and get the audio to come back like it's supposed to. Let me remove that. Stop screen share, present. Share screen, entire screen, this screen. Let me share the audio. Share. Okay, well, hopefully this will have audio now. If not, listen, why y'all can hear me. If for some reason this starts and it does not have audio, that means I need to reset my computer real fast. So if y'all see me go down for a minute, that means I've reset my computer to try to get the audio back, because I won't know if the audio is back. Hold on a second. I know how to tell. I know how to tell if the audio is back. Let's play another video. Can y'all hear this?
Where is Harmony Montgomery?
Can y'all hear that? Give me a thumbs
Where is
up if you can
Harmony?
hear the audio.
When people across this nation, from Florida all the way up to Alaska and everywhere in between, were looking for Harmony,
Okay.
there's one person
Okay.
who is not. One person. The one person who should have been looking for Harmony was not.
Okay.
An innocent child and an unthinkable tragedy.
5-year-old Harmony Montgomery disappeared in 2019.
So you just need to find out where she is. I have nothing to say.
I blow that back up. Okay, so at least we know we got sound. So we're not far from going back to the courthouse. Boot. So they're still in break. They took 15 minutes so everybody could go to the bathroom, things of that nature. This case makes you a little ill. I think everybody has, you know, it's a gut wrencher, because you're hearing these horrible, terrible things that they done to a 5-year-old child, and they're saying it like it's no big deal. Oh yeah, like he just stuffed her into a bag. That is so brutal, man. So brutal. And she helped along the way. I didn't know they were going to pull her today. I thought she would probably come in around Monday, you know, her as a witness. Because, you know, they still got to cross-examine her. So she's going to be up here for a while. You know, I was hoping she would be, you know, Dolly would have time to get there before she hit the stand. But that didn't look like that happened, you know. If this, you know, we still got experts coming in and things of that nature, this is going to be a long trial. So you might see me pop up in there eventually. Yeah, I had to leave for a little bit, get a grip. You would love to help mod. Well, I can't give any mod wrenches out because I'm on StreamYard right this second. But when I get onto YouTube, I may mod some new people. I usually mod people by how long you've been a member. If you've been a member for a good while, I usually mod you up. I hope you do deliver a knuckle sandwich for all of us. I wish I could. Trust me, if I wouldn't go to jail, I would punch him in the face one good time. I swear, that dude is a monster. The woman's a monster. We need to get them on an express lane to little baby Jesus, you know, so God can judge them. But what they did to this little girl is horrible. And there's no way you can't say both of these people don't need to be in prison for the rest of their lives. For the rest of their life. She does too. You know, she's up there trying to play victim. She's not a victim in this. She is not a victim. She wasn't scared. She didn't say she was scared of him. Okay, let's do it.
Why don't we get her? Yep. All right, you can be seated. We're going to bring the witness in first.
All right, they're bringing Kayla back.
Just be careful of the wires, please.
She been eating good in jail, boy. She gained a little chunk.
All right. All rise for the jurors, please.
Where were the grandparents? You sound like Nancy Grace. Where were the parents? She did beef up. I don't know if that's the word. She swolled up. They call it swole in jail. I'm eating them noodles. She swolled up. Damn, she looked like she ate her last self. I mean, I don't want to pick on a big girl, but she gained some pounds on her. You can't say she didn't. Them Whoppers, Burger King added up, boy. Them Burger Kings added up. Won't last. She'll be back on drugs when she gets out. I don't know. I guess, you know. She seems real about herself. She's a ramen queen. She's probably the ramen queen. That is right. My thing when I was locked up was honey buns.
Ms. Montgomery, I remind you, you remain under oath.
I put peanut butter and jelly on 2 honey buns and eat it like a sandwich. I gained 30-some pounds when I got out of jail. I was fat as shit. I looked like Kayla.
Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
And you mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
Ooh, trying to fit her in the bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
They should stick them in that bag. That's what they should do. But like, can I try to stick you in this bag?
While he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
Wow. Wow.
Putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in, what happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Because it
Do you know
smelled
what he
like
did with
death.
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
You know everything they had, their
And was
clothes
that
and
after
everything
the
stunk.
bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell and that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
He one got that
That
line.
is when he took her down from the ceiling
Thank you, Team Rose.
and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And He
I just don't know why they didn't get rid of the
asked
baby.
me to bring the bag to his job.
So she was
Where was his job
transporting
at
the
the time?
baby.
Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the Families in Transition Shelter to his work?
I walked
And where was the
With a
bag at
dead
that point?
baby.
in the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10, 15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with
You
it?
put her in the freezer.
He put it.
He's leading.
If you would rephrase the
Your
question.
Honor. You said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was
People
my
got to
only
eat
time.
also. P got to eat.
I want to
PJ got
go
to
back
eat
for just a
also.
moment.
Okay.
When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours.
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
PJ
Yes.
actually fed me
Can you tell
last
the
night like
jurors
a
what
baby
he
bird.
did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean.
Yes.
Did he tell you what he believed the ammonia would do?
It wouldn't show evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you
I
at
didn't
that
know
point
that.
why he didn't want evidence to be shown, why he didn't want anything to be shown down the road?
So he wouldn't get in trouble and nobody could find anything.
No, but you dipped it in my dipping sauce and handed it to me. Same thing.
Why did he put Harmony in the freezer at the Portland Pie Pizza Company?
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids or anything leaking.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refunds?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
March, February or March, I believe, in 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you
You
were at
worked
the fit
there?
shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
Not charged with anything.
And did you sign a lease
Perjury.
agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
They got the
Tell the jurors
money.
why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more.
Before you killed her?
and Adam told me to leave her on there
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
Money.
so that it wouldn't seem it would just show that we still had her living with us.
Look, she even took the money from the kid. Took the money.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th. Is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020.
Yes.
Drugs, money. Wow.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
In the fridge with their food.
And I
Who's
asked
gonna
you
keep y'all's
earlier, I
food?
think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
Tax fraud.
That
It was all about the money. He's evil. The inmates. I hope the inmates are
that
watching.
he just wanted to put her in, he would put her in pieces to get rid of her.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
Did he ever discuss using tools on Harmony with you?
Just don't eat no pizza, apparently. They'd be keeping bodies in the fridge.
He said that he was going to try and use a saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
A what?
I want to unpack that.
And a NutriBullet.
I don't know what that is.
NutriBullet.
NutriBullet. What is that, guys? What is a NutriBullet? I'm in construction, don't know that. Well, I worked in construction most of my life. I'm a YouTuber now.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's a
Oh, the
handsaw.
blender.
It's a handsaw.
He's going to blend her up.
Do you recognize
Pour
this
down the
handsaw?
drain.
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her.
Oh, he put her in a
Is this a
blender.
saw that he discussed?
Oh
doing
my
that with?
God.
Yes.
I didn't even know that. Oh my
Is this an
God.
accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
He was making baby milkshakes.
Your Honor, I move
Yes, that
to
is.
check
Oh my
ID.
God.
Full
This
State's
dude needs, they
Exhibit
need to
63.
They need to take him to Alabama immediately. Take him to Bama.
It's entered as a full exhibit.
Get him on the bus. Get him to Alabama. Oh my Lord. The dude they executed in Alabama didn't even do all this.
Using to dismember Harmony's body.
Yes.
Oh my God. That's a visual I didn't even want to think about. Oh
Yes.
my Lord. That's some Texas Chainsaw Massacre shit right there. That almost makes Ed Gein look like a nice guy.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is? What a NutriBullet is?
It's like a blender
Oh my God. Oh my God.
that you can make smoothies in or any kind of puree
Don't say milkshake, please.
food item.
And they were pouring it down.
What did the
drain.
defendant say about using a NutriBullet, a blender on Harmony?
When we lived on Union Street,
What did he say about it?
he said that it would be good to use. It would help get
That's
rid
a
of her.
NutriBullet
It
ad
helped
for you
get
right
rid
there.
of
Help
Harmony.
Yes.
use that for their advertisement.
Earlier, you mentioned the defendant talking about.
I'll never buy a NutriBullet now. Hell to the no. We ain't get one of those in my kitchen.
Using lime.
PJ done put me in
That
the blender.
it would help her body decay.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
Kayla, I've shown you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And
This
What can
this
you
stuff
tell me about this
displays some disturbing
Recognize
images.
anything?
Viewer discretion is advised.
particular markings
Okay.
on this item.
The
This is being
bag of
broadcasted
lime
under
on
fair
the left
use.
side is similar to the one that
Educational
He had.
purposes.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had, who's he? Who's the he that
Adam.
you're referring to?
Adam.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled and initialed?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and Marcus Cole unpublished States Exhibit 62.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Okay, and this is a Nutra blender.
Circled this bag of wine.
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Redhill?
Yeah, that
Another
one.
detective?
Yeah.
So you're with
See how she goes from crying to laughing?
Yes.
She don't give a damn. See how her whole demeanor's changed that quick? If you're sad, you're going to be sad throughout it.
and they asked you to
You're not going to come in and out of sadness.
Have you seen?
I'm sorry, objection
She
sustained.
went from crying to
Have
giggling.
you seen a bag of lime in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of lime located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of lime got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of lime?
No.
You went with him to get it. I think she's still lying. Charge her again. Take her to the back. Hit her with perjury again. Didn't you go to prison for lying,
When you
woman?
saw that bag of lime in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom
Emma.
at the time?
Thank you so much, Emma. Big virtual
Adam
hugs to you.
was trying to de-thaw her body.
Make sure y'all thank Emma if you got a membership.
When you say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body, what was he doing specifically?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Trigger warning people. This can get graphic. I've heard this
and
part.
Putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
And that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
Lord.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
Trigger
I
warning
saw
people.
Harmony in the bathtub. Still folded together the same way that she was left in the bag when we took her out of the car.
She couldn't have been folded like that.
Just looked like she had
That's a lie.
just barely any skin. Like she was just a layer of skin and bone. And she was all bruised up.
Oh my
And
God.
what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
He's throwing her
And
out.
what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
And she held her arm.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just de-thawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared.
See, she starts crying when it's about
How
her.
did you help him?
She don't cry
I
when it ain't
helped
about
him.
her.
Take the clothes off of her. By cutting it with scissors.
Anytime she has some guilt in it,
What
she
did he
does.
do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on. And she had her leggings on. That's
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids, and I couldn't be in there anymore.
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
Because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Were you able to... Why weren't you able to hear what he was doing in there?
10 more likes, guys.
Because our neighbor next door always had loud music playing, and I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom, yes.
And did it stay on? Did he leave it on?
Yes.
But you could hear the shower, but you
Did
couldn't
he
hear what
take
was happening in the
breaks from when he
bathroom.
was there in the
Lies.
bathroom at any point?
No.
Did he leave the bathroom at any point?
No.
How many bags did you
2
see
years.
in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
And the Oscar
He
goes.
had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime.
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash
The
bags.
bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small bag?
It was a large bag.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after
The
that?
lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
Yes.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
You're working on covering up the body. It's a wild.
At
Yeah.
any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
She is a
You
liar.
mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes,
How do you know that he did that?
because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag and had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned,
What they
he
do with
used
the clothes?
scissors to cut off her clothing.
What they do with
Yes.
the clothes?
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw them away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave him in our trash area. He was going to bring him somewhere.
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
So that there's no evidence.
She knows way too much. Yeah, I think so too. Because she's part in it. She's the co-conspirator in the whole thing. They were both probably abusing this baby.
Do you recall
drugged
telling
out, hitting on this
investigators
kid.
that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out of her?
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
Why would he defrost her?
That conversation
did.
about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother.
Okay.
We were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that
She
the
knows
defendant
something. She's lying.
squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
You said that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
Then how could she be folded up in the bathtub?
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom.
No.
And I believe you said this already, but
They
what
were
did
in
he
the other
do
room.
with the bag,
The
the
other
CMC
kids.
bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body
Not then.
at some point?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's
Where's
body?
the baby
Yes.
at, though?
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved? What he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him.
It's just
and
like a
me
little
and the
tote
kids.
bag.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his,
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Beach, Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No,
Had you met him before?
no.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And
Guns,
Travis
drugs,
Beach
dead
ever come to your
babies.
apartment?
Yes,
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Yes?
Okay, so you know we're going to hear from her too, the Brittany lady. Okay, so they went to the bench. So this is where she's going in, and she don't know what happened to the baby, that he done took off, hooked up with some other chick, comes back because she don't want to take the rap. It sounds like a little bit of a lie. Okay, it sounds like a little bit of a lie, and people are saying that the defense is going to eat her up, and I think they are. I do, because they're going to be able to, because she's did it with them. So they're going to get up there and they're going to destroy her. We got to remember that when Adam's lawyer gets up here, he is going to destroy this lady. He's going to pull, because they're turning on each other. They got to. This is part of their strategy. He's going to go all in and say every kind of bad thing she did. Okay, he's going to know things she did because Adam's told. He's told his lawyers. So they know the bad parts that she has in it. And she's already been convicted of lying. That's why she's in prison. So you know they're going to start with, how can we believe you now? Okay.
Ms. Montgomery, you mentioned a Brittany coming to your house.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say, for the record, I'm showing Kayla what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize
No,
the
Don.
individual in this image?
Yeah.
And
He didn't show up.
it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Why does he need a U-Haul when it's in a little bag?
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
Because she's not in that state.
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam had talked to me about having her rent a U-Haul to use.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license. And to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
No evidence.
So that
Tie back to you.
they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van, like a van that like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econo Lodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
In the fridge in the hotel. That's why I don't use them hotel refrigerators. Heads and bodies be in them.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
He scattered body parts
It
around.
was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before.
Yes.
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he told you.
He didn't trust her.
He said he wasn't telling me where he was bringing her so that if anything like this happened and the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
See? He's going to say he
Kayla,
don't
where
know
did
that
he
she
dump
did it.
Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
How long was he gone?
Yes.
How many miles were
When
on
did he return?
the van?
It was like right before the sun came out
So he's
Did he
there
say
all
anything
night.
to you when he returned?
that he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into,
Yes.
was it still with him?
No.
See meds maybe kicking in. She went with
I wanna
him, in
switch
my
gears,
opinion.
Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to
Yeah,
talk
why
about
would he
the
leave
time
her?
that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street.
She knows where that
At some
baby's at.
point
Well,
during that
almost
time
where it's
frame,
at.
early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
Because y'all were smoking crack.
Did he
Y'all were
suspect that
paranoid.
you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
Trigger warning.
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth, and I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said
He
that
didn't
he
beat you to death.
ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me
Where did he punch you?
in the head.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands.
Open hand, closed fists, something else?
Both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
Constantly. It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then, Kayla?
It was definitely not good.
You should have said horrible, nightmare, not good. You had every opportunity to leave that man. All right, what
Do you
picture?
recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes.
Still wants them today. That's
It's
right.
me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th,
I know he was beating on her. He was for sure beating on her.
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID Marcus Full.
Oh, he was definitely beating her up too. He was abusing everybody.
Any objection? All right, the ID is
Granny
stricken, is
joined.
entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
Kayla, you said that
Granny.
the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes.
You said that this photo was taken in March of 2021.
Yes.
You also said
Oh, you can't really see it good.
that this was a regular occurrence.
Yes.
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
Yes.
Was he consistently hitting you?
Yes.
Yeah, but he wasn't hitting you. You
Was
didn't
he
say
doing
nothing about
things to
hitting you,
items
baby.
in your house?
Yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything.
Why-
Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house. And I was telling on him. And thought there was cameras.
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me.
Oh Lord, Kevin's a
Cut me in
hitman.
pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why he would have that done?
If he got went
If
to jail.
if I ended up telling on him
Telling on him about what?
about Harmony being murdered.
That time she said it. At least she said it. Murdered. That's right. She was murdered. First
What
time
else
she
did the
said
defendant
it.
do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
Kevin's the hitman.
He was
Uncle
very
Kev.
abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes.
And Kayla, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
Thank you guys. Thank you for the likes.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
I was going to the methadone clinic and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
Aggressive.
Again, you were trying to call for help.
She was trying to call her mama. She wasn't calling for help.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms, and I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call, or else he's gonna hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you
Huh?
leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes,
Why did you only take your daughter?
because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her, and I just ran. I just ran out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes,
Why does it stand out to you?
because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes,
When did you get married to him?
on Harmony's birthday
Oh Lord.
in 2017.
Oh Lord.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes,
What day was it?
it was June 7th.
Prayers to little Harmony. Rest in peace, little girl. You deserve better than that.
Can you tell us that date again that you left him?
It was March 17th, 2021.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Kelsey Small.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you tell him to get back here?
Yes.
He came back too.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said, you pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
You said you had to take a break. It's been a long court morning. It's almost lunchtime. Okay. We'll do a little recap when they go to break about what's been going on today. So if you're just tuning in, we'll fill you in a few minutes.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, it was Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Kelsey and me.
Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Or no need to strike ID and mark as false State's Exhibit 90.
Thank you guys for liking the video. We hit 1,000. Awesome. Let's get it up. Let's get to 2,000. Oh, the defense is going to go in on her because they're blaming her. So they're going to try to make her out to be the super big monster. I don't know if we're going to hear that today, though. We might not hear that till Monday. I might have to go up there for that. Monday, it might be the defense.
Yes.
They might get it in there today, but I think the prosecutor, he got some ways to go with this. No, she was charged with perjury, and she got 18 months. So she's getting out, and she's cooperate. She don't get any charges. She has immunity. So all she has to do is cooperate with the government, prosecute Adam, and she goes home. She'll get to go home. She'll get to see her kids one day, guys. Ain't that crazy? It's crazy. Nancy Grace should be in there. You couldn't hold Nancy Grace still. She'd be going in. Her head would explode. You put Nancy Grace in that courtroom. She would go crazy on this lady. Why you stop her? Why you stop her? What are you beating that baby? You know, Nancy Grace would go so in on this lady. You know, they used her as a tax write-off. They got money for murder. She assisted in everything and even profited off the kid's death. That's the fact. She profited off this kid's death. She didn't have to take care of that kid, and she got paid on her taxes for that kid. So she would get more money back on her taxes. I wish Aunt Nancy was there to ninja throat punch her. We go. Okay? Right from Aunt Nancy. She knows what she did. She knows what she did. She looks just like this girl I know. Just like her. Facts, Dolly. I know a chick that looks so similar to you. If I set her in a chair, you would think it was her. She was culpable in assisting in the murder of Harmon. I believe, yeah, she is definitely assisted in the death of this kid. We don't know if she was beating on the kid. I mean, you see her picture. You see what this lady looked like at the time. Does this look like somebody you would leave your kid with? Let's be honest. Okay. Look at that. Ain't beat up face. That's drug addict face. I don't know. It might be a little bit of beat up too. I mean, I don't know, but look how drugged out she looked here. Would you? Oh my Jesus. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, my little Jesus. Now look at her now. This is why you got to make good decisions, women. Okay. You can't pick the wrong guy. You can't go out there looking for that bad boy. Okay. I know a lot of chicks out here, they like that bad dude, neck tattoo, you know, works construction. Yeah, but he going to prison. You know what I'm saying? You got to pick better. You got to make better choices. Okay. Get you a decent man. All right. Know your worth. I know there's only one Dolly out there, but you got to find you a decent man that won't kill your babies and put them in duffel bags. Okay. I mean, that's important in 2024. Okay. You got to make better decisions, women. That's my best advice I could give you guys. Don't marry convicts. Stop marrying dudes straight out of prison. Okay. Don't marry the dope man. Don't marry your plug. Okay. Try to marry your doctor. Or when you do go to jail, try to marry the lawyer. Okay. Don't get the bum that carries a body to the pizza joint. Okay. That's just, what do you got in your bag? Oh, a dead body. I'm going to work at Pizza Hut. Okay. You can do better, ladies. You can do better. I promise you. I promise you. There is a man out there for you that is better than that. Okay. Just say no to convict men with neck tattoos. All right. And face tattoos. If you got a teardrop on your face, you probably ain't the dude you want to be marrying, ladies. Okay. You know, I still be seeing chicks on my Facebook. They be posting pictures of dudes in prison and shit. They be sharing their pictures from prison. And chicks just be like, oh, I can't wait till he gets out. I'm thinking, what do you think he's going to change? He's going to come out and he's going to find like a superhero? No, the same convict's just getting out of prison. That's it. Ain't that shit done changed. Like, women, you got to do better than that. Okay. I don't want to preach to you. I don't want to preach because, you know, most of my viewers, we're a little bit older and we've already settled in our ways and we ain't tied down with no convicts. But this is just in case you younger and you might be thinking, hey, this convict is hot. Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's a trap. It was a pie factory that no longer, not a pizza joint. Okay, pie, pizza. I thought it was a pizza place. Was it a pie place? That's even worse. He was putting dead bodies in there with the pies. Can I get a cherry and dead body flavor pie? That's just, and you know, food absorbs smells in the refrigerator. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm weird like that. Some food being too close to another food. I don't even like my foods touching on a plate. Like, if I got mashed potatoes and I got something else, I don't want my mashed potatoes touching to something else. I'm just weird like that. If you literally told me there was a dead body in there where they kept my food, I would throw up. Okay. I would just throw. I don't even like mayonnaise in my refrigerator. Okay. And for some reason, I think it will infect the rest of my food. It's just that's what I believe. Like, don't even put it in there. Okay. No Miracle Whip, no nothing like that in my refrigerator ever. Because I think my other food is going. I'm weird. I'm weird like that. But dead bodies in the freezers and refrigerators, that shit is nasty. Okay. Where do they keep their food? You gonna keep your food with the dead body? I didn't get this keep the dead body for let's travel around for 6 months, 7 months at a time with a dead body. It seems like they would have got rid of the body instantly. But we got to remember, 2 drug addicts ain't the brightest. Man got a neck tattoo and a teardrop. This is what we get.
You go to the Walmart to do.
To
Man, these
trade
ladies
phones in.
not
for
mine.
Do you remember how many phones you traded in that day?
Like 3 or more.
Whose phones did you trade in?
Mine and Adam's, and I don't know who else.
And can you remind us, who were you with at the Walmart that day?
It was myself, Kelsey, and Adam.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
actually being there.
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point, you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier. But after that charge, did you
Battery. All right, we're back.
in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle after you've been evicted, were you ever alone with Harvey?
No,
Why not?
because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
So she wasn't with her when she died. We lost like 100 people when my
If I could have just
video went down.
Kayla, thank you. I have no additional questions for you.
All right. Council, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So
Lunch
ladies
break.
and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour lunch break now. So please return at 1:05. I remind you, do not discuss this case with anyone, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Do not drive by any locations. Do not look at any headlines or other media about this case. Your obligation is to decide this case based exclusively upon the evidence that is presented here at trial and the law as I will give it to you in my instructions. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here after the lunch break. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. Ms. Montgomery, I'll have you stay right there for the moment. All rise, please.
105. They come back at 105. They will be back in the court. Okay. So today, shocker. I was like, who the hell are they bringing out first thing this morning? So for the last 4 hours, the prosecution has been talking to Kayla Montgomery. All right. Michaela, she's taking zero responsibility in any of this. She is a victim. This is what she's trying to portray to the world anyway, that she's a victim. She was abused. Now listen, clearly the woman's been abused. Okay. She's been abused, but was she scared at the time? Was she being abused at the time? Because he said the abuse started later when he started getting paranoid about her talent. So at the point that little Harmony right here lost her life, she wasn't being abused. She was more worried about Burger King than she was about the welfare of this small child that was her stepdaughter. Now you hear her all the time talking about checking on her kids. Do you think that she would have let Adam hit one of the other childs like he was hitting Harmony? No, because they were her kids. Okay. If you have no sound, that means you're back in the video. Everybody got sound, right? Y'all give me thumbs up because I've been running into some technical difficulties here with the computer. I think I might have a bad cord. As long as I don't move the mic or touch anything, I think I'm good. Okay. Okay, we're good. Awesome. I'm just ain't going to touch anything else. Every time I move something, it seems like a glitch goes or something happens. But they're going to be back at 105. Okay, so that gives us a pretty good while before everything goes down, And I'm assuming that the prosecution is going to go ahead and roll into continuing to answer questions. And I believe that Monday we'll probably see Adam's defense team question her. Now that's going to be the good stuff. Okay, now that's going to be the really, really goody right there, because that's going to be when they're blaming her for the murder. And, we know that's coming, right? Everybody know that's coming, that they're about to start blaming Kayla for the murder. And if you can convince them of that, and she hasn't been charged with the murder and he's been charged, I don't see this helping, right? I think this just gives them an excuse to where they don't have to give up the baby. And they planned this. I truly believe they planned this. Dolly Vision, can you rewind for what we missed? Rewind? I mean, I possibly could. We didn't really miss anything. He just asked her, because I could hear it still playing on my computer. Did she kill the baby? Did she stuff the baby into a bag? It was just stuff like that. It wasn't nothing. You didn't miss nothing super crazy. Okay. That, we can go back and watch some of it, but we just watched 4 straight hours of it. 9, 10, 11, 3 straight hours of it. 3 straight. I had to count on my fingers. We watched 3 hours of it, and we're about to watch 3 more hours of it. So you probably didn't miss but 2 questions, nothing big. I agree. You didn't. He just asked her, did you kill her? Did you stick her in the bag? Did you do anything of these things that you said Adam did? That was his questions to her. And of course she's going to say no. The fake crying. How many of you guys think she's fake crying? Hit the like button and press 1 in the chat room if you think she is fake crying. I'm going with she's faking. Okay. I'm going with this. This is an act. She's had time to, sit in the cell, think about what she's going to say. I just think that the tears come. She kind of giggles and laughs, and she's looking around and like if you're going to be emotional, or unless you're bipolar, like if I get sad, I'm going to be sad the whole time. I ain't going to be sad and happy, laughing. You know what I'm saying? That's bipolar. If your emotions are jumping around like that, one minute you dance, and then next thing you laugh. I mean, you're a little bipolar lady. And I don't see why they offered this lady a deal. Give me a good reason to give her a deal. I don't see that. I don't see a reason to give her a deal. I see we don't let you spend the rest of your life maybe in prison as a deal, but to not give up this baby when one of these two people definitely know where this baby's at. You would never go home. Look at my text when you get a minute. Okay, give me a second. Okay. Okay, President's Day is Monday. So there is no court Monday. So court will resume on Tuesday. And there's somebody in the chat room that's actually in the court today. Okay. Or so they say. And okay, this, I don't know, PJ, did you want me to include that? If they did use this, they're saying a blender, guys. They put this child in a blender and are pouring this child down the drain. So I think a lot of what he may have got rid of, trigger warning people, trigger warning, are bones. All right. Because like lye, it'll eat skin away. Like, how he said she was skin. That lye would have ate all that away down probably almost to her skeleton. And it's so gross. It is so gross, man. Just when she got into that, they were putting the baby in the blender. Oh my God. I mean, we got babies getting thrown in the trash. We got babies getting put in the blender. We got babies riding around in the trunk of the... This is the craziest, sickest. That dude is warped. Warped. How could any woman on this planet want to be with a dude like that? That could do something that horrendous. Oh my God. I mean, you know what they should do to him? They should put him in a big ass blender. Okay? Just build a gigantic blender and push him and Kayla right into it. I'll hit the button on it. Okay? I have no problem. Make sure it's a big button. Just boof. Okay? And I'll hit that button like the Price is Right. Like I just want a new car. Get them up off this planet, man. You reside within 30 minutes of Manchester. Cool. Okay, Big Bird. It is Dolly, but I haven't been able to stop watching it. Unbelievable. Well, President's Day is the 19th. Oh, okay. PJ, President's Day is 19th. PJ sent me that. Okay, organs were blended, bones were thrown away per indictment. Then the thing about the bones being thrown away is, then why did he need a U-Haul? I think they needed a U-Haul because they were traveling to dump the body. They probably took the body over state line somewhere a few hours from where they were at. And that's what I'm thinking for the reason for the U-Haul. But if they, if they just threw them in the trash and they drove around in the U-Haul disposing of different, bones and different dumpsters and trash cans and things like that, then yeah, you're right. You might never find her. But then they need to tell that, okay? Because right now we don't know if he knows. She might not really know. She might not really know. But he knows. And he was beating on her. But there still ain't no excuse. Because that became later as the drugs got bad and his paranoia got bad. So at the time that they were living in the car, he wasn't smacking on her, and she didn't have black eyes then. All she cared about then was Burger King. So, yes, Dolly and Travis was with him in the U-Haul. So they know. Then they need to go get the dude that was with him in the U-Haul. They need to lock his ass up and let him sit there until he remembers where this baby's at. Because if they get no baby out of this, then what comes out of it? You know, we put a monster in prison forever, but he ain't going to get executed. The baby's never going to be found. I cannot believe they gave this lady a deal with the evidence they had against him. She cared about Burger King, the clinic. Yeah. At any point when she walked in that clinic, she could have told the doctor, hey, I am scared for my life. The guy I'm with outside is beating on me. He's punching the baby in the head. I need help. Could you get me some help? And that doctor would have reached up and picked up his phone, 911. He would have let you sit in the office, and then the police pulled up. You know, you would have handled it from there. She was never scared of that man. She was doing just as much drugs as him. She was even scoring the drugs. They were getting drugs from her friends. So, I mean, anyone know the terms of the deal? It looks like she's just being charged with perjury. That's it. Nothing else. If she cooperates, this goes like they think it's going to go, and he's convicted, she goes home. That's it. She's did all this, and she gets to walk. I mean, she's been in jail she'll be in jail 2 years. But what is 2 years for helping somebody murder somebody? Think about that. You can help somebody murder somebody and get 2 years. Because that's what she did. Yeah, I said the same thing. Why we're in a U-Haul to get rid of her body when it's in a little bag? Maybe they didn't have a vehicle. I'm not quite sure. You know, why they rented a U-Haul to get rid of something that would have been in a little bitty bag. You know, even when Summer Wells went missing, they said be looking for something as small as a laptop case. Right? Because, you know, people, just like he did, fold kids up and crush them and put them in little things. But she helped him. She clearly helped him in the bathroom. You know, she didn't go into it, but she was holding him while he was cutting the clothes and things of that nature off. And, you know, they're saying that the organs were blended up. That means he's done went in there and cut her open and blended her organs up and flushed them down the drain. And they're literally gutting this child and draining the blood of her. Okay, just like you would do an animal. That's what it sounds like to me. Trigger warning, people. Okay, this blender, they're blending up the. Oh man, it is so bad. Dolly, U-Haul is cheaper than a car. You're absolutely right, but don't that go by the miles? So they wouldn't have took her too far. But I'm thinking if you're going to rent something like that, you're trying to get her out the state, especially if you're paranoid. See, that's another thing that worries me about other kids. Like, it makes it a little bit difficult when that kid ain't in the state anymore. You know, they're somewhere else. And that place there, they're not looking for her. You know, so I believe they put her somewhere. They took her. If the whole thing is they need to break down how many miles were put on that U-Haul. Okay. How far did it travel? And how long were they gone? She says they showed back up at morning time. But what time did they leave? Did they leave at 12 and come back at 6? We didn't get a window there of how long he had to travel from Manchester to wherever he may have dumped this baby in the woods or wherever the hell it is at. But I don't think he would take if he's that paranoid, you think he wouldn't even throw the baby in a dumpster. Why would he just go then and go dispose of little pieces here? I think he took it somewhere and buried it. To be honest, if you want to get rid of something, the best way to get rid of it is to bury it. because like if you throw stuff away, trash like in this state is sorted. All right, so they go through the trash. Big Bird, you can talk to me. You want to call in number? I can put the phone lines up. So I have a call in line. Let me pull it up. I'll throw the call in number on the screen. But just you call if there's something you need to say. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up for you. All right. Let me put the call in number on the screen real quick. All right. That's the call in number right there. 757-797-6694. Okay. Big Bird wants to call in. Big Bird, leave the line open for him, guys. So he says he can answer some of these questions. We'll find out how and why in just a minute if he calls in. All right. Calling numbers on the screen. 757. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Hey, so I am in Manchester right now.
Okay.
So of course, on break. I wanted to
Okay, so
answer
you're
some
Big
of the
Bird.
questions.
You're Big Bird,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right.
So I wanted to be able to answer. I sent you an email. I know PJ said she saw it. I don't want to sound rude or anything. I just there's a lot that I'm able to know for certain reasons. I really don't want to like dox myself completely. But I have quite a bit of information, like some of the questions that are asked, like the sentence she received and what the plea deal was. Like, it's hard. There's so many cases, you know? So I don't know if you want me to, I know I can answer a couple questions. I'm just going to have some lunch right now and then go back.
Okay.
So I don't know if there's like some questions you want me to answer or like things that you...
How long was she sentenced to and what is her plea deal?
So her plea deal is, hold on a second. I can send you the full document, but what I can give you her sentence right now, because if I read everything, it'll be a lot for me to read to you.
Okay.
Let me just pull it up because I know I have her sentencing on my page right now. Is in. I just have to find it. Sorry, I have so many documents. Okay, so Kayla right now is being held in Concord, New Hampshire at the facility for women. Her minimum sentence, she can go for parole. Her first parole hearing is going to be on May 3rd, 2024. And if anybody doesn't agree with that, I can also give you and anybody else the email address to email the parole board. So she will have her hearing in late March or early April for parole, and May 3rd will be the release for parole. Her maximum date right now is 5/2/2029. She was charged and pled guilty to 3 counts of welfare fraud as well as perjury.
Did you say 2029?
2020. I just said 2029. Yep.
Okay.
So that will be the soonest parole date, the latest parole date that she can have. So New Hampshire, the way they put it on the computer is it's half of what your sentence is.
Oh, okay.
Your minimum sentence. So she got her welfare fraud charges were all combined. And then the perjury charge was a misdemeanor. It's not even a felony. So a misdemeanor is only like a year in New Hampshire. The welfare fraud charges were all combined into concurrent, no on and afters. And those were 3.5. Oh, the misdemeanor was 1 to 3. The felonies were all to run concurrent for 3.5 to 12. So the total would have been 15 years. Maximum. So like, she's not getting people in there right now, though.
So within 3 years, she could be out because it running concurrent.
She could be out in 2 months.
Oh shit!
She can be out in May, and I do believe. So my personal opinion, she will not be released to the streets, and she will not be released to her mother's house where her 3 children are residing now. So she will have to have monitored contact with her children, from what I was told, directly from what I heard at a hearing. Let's just say I was at a hearing.
Okay.
So she will not be allowed to have unsupervised contact. There would have to be like a whole reunification process if the state DCYF officers agree to that. The other thing is that she's going to have to hold a real job. She's going to have to prove drug and alcohol treatment. She's going to have to prove parole in New Hampshire is very difficult to get if you haven't expressed true sincerity. So unless she admits her part in it fully, then they won't grant her parole.
Now, the next court day up there, what is Tuesday or is it Monday?
So New Hampshire doesn't celebrate President's Day, but I believe the courts are taking Monday off.
Okay.
For trials. I know that there are some other things going on. Even if they're not, there's other witnesses that are going to still be interviewed. Some people have come forward with some information since the trial started. I'm local. I'm also vocal. And people know, I know a lot of people, and a lot of people know me. Not that I'm like a bigwig or anything, but there have been statements, and like I got somebody messaging me just the other day on Facebook saying, hey, I know something, but I'm afraid to come forward.
Okay.
And I was afraid when this all started. So there's still people that are coming forward.
Let me ask you just your opinion on something. Do you think she's just as responsible, Kayla, as Adam? Like,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this story is to kind of cover for herself, and I just think she should be charged with these charges.
So I will read you a statement I got. Someone sent me, because there's a lot of people that send me things, because I did run a group. And anyways, the person said, I believe the drugs part, because they sent me something about something that was said in court the other day. And I said, well, I believe that Harmony was overdosed and then they didn't know what to do. It may have been accidental. Now, this person's a nurse that messaged me. She said, Kayla was bitching the day I saw them of her crying and wouldn't go to sleep and wanted something to, quote, knock her out for a few days, end quote. Her words exactly. They asked me as a nurse what I would recommend. I told them nothing. So the person that gave that statement to me, I do know. I met her only like 6 months ago, and it had nothing to do with Harmony's case. But we had like similar things in common in a mother's group in New Hampshire, you know, whatever. So
you think
these are the things that are still coming
she may have been drugged and died, and then they disposed of the body.
I do.
So why would they?
And I will not say that I don't think they weren't physically abusing her, because I know they were.
Why would they go with the punching in the head thing then? Wouldn't you just say she got into the drugs if you're already a drug addict? Because then that takes out the murder. Wouldn't you think, if she accidentally died?
No, because
they gave it to her.
An accidental drug, then Kayla would still be responsible as well. The hitting, she could only blame on him, which the punching doesn't even make sense. From where they say Harmony was sitting, there's no way he could have punched her in the head when he was driving.
Yeah, because he would have to be hanging over the seat, reaching in the back. I mean,
right.
I don't think it's impossible to do. I mean, I would think he would stop and do. I don't think he'd be driving down the street and do it. But she said he was doing it at the red lights. I think she's mixing partial truth with lies, is what it is. And that's why it's so hard to distinguish what is truthful and what is lies. Is because she's mixing the two together.
I absolutely agree. I think that there's a lot more, and I do believe, and this is what even, you know, there's some pastors and stuff in the gallery at the courthouse And they also believe, like, there's a lot of us that believe that more information is going to come out, and there's going to be a twist when the defense presents their witnesses.
Do you think Adam has anything? Let me ask you this: are you team Adam? Do you think Adam had anything
I'm
to do with it?
team neither one of them. I think they both should be brought in hell or jail or whatever comes first.
There you go.
But I
join that
also
team.
don't think. Yep. Sorry.
Okay. I was just curious.
I think Crystal was also at fault because there was a lot said on the stand that even people in the gallery or local people and the police know. Like, she told half truths too, but there was a lot of people that have gotten up and only told partial truths. Like the girl from rehab, she was like, I don't remember. I don't recall. She said something. She obviously recalls what she said, when she was being interviewed. And you're going to see 90% of these witnesses are all drug addicts. And
Yeah,
I'm in recovery, so I get it. People change. But some of these people, like Crystal, last winter lost custody of her baby.
Okay, hold
the little boy.
Crystal is the biological mother. People are asking who Crystal is, so I just want to fill everybody in if they're just Crystal is the biological mother. People. All right, sorry.
So Crystal lost custody of her son the youngest baby, who was a year old. He might have been 2 last winter. I forget his exact age. I'm not going to pretend that I remember, to be honest. He was 1 when she first came forward, or just under 1. So she lost custody of him due to another domestic violence incident and drugs. And that was because she was cheating on her boyfriend with a younger person that was only, I think it was 20 or 21, in the transitional housing she was living in down in Massachusetts at the old Devens Air Force Base. And there was a physical altercation, DCF, Massachusetts, and we all have different abbreviations up here. So DCF in Massachusetts got involved because there had already been some complaints, more involved, I should say, because there had already been some complaints. Some of the vigils and stuff she was attending in Manchester, she was leaving this baby Josiah in the car unattended. So she lost custody of Josiah last winter. A lot of people asked yesterday when she was on the stand if she was pregnant. I can tell you in person, it appears she may be. But I can also tell you that she appeared to be when she first came out about Harmony being missing. And I just don't believe that she took she didn't fully express her concerns about not being able to reach Harmony. There's a lot in the DCYF public records that they did release as part of this from the Office of the Child Advocate Review. Sorry. So there's a lot that they did make public because it became part of a concern that they wanted to fix things in the system, which they haven't. But they made a big review of the situation based on Harmony, the courts. Crystal knew months ahead of time that she had hearings for both of those kids in Massachusetts at different courts. One was in Lawrence, one was in Boston. Harmony's was in Lawrence. She didn't show up at that one.
Okay.
She went to Josiah's. That was his, the hearing. I don't remember what they call it, to be honest, but there was a hearing it was like the last hearing before the adoption when Jonathan and Blair adopted Jameson. So she didn't make that full effort. You have to submit a motion at least 10 days in advance to change a date or be virtual. She could have easily been at one. Her lawyer for the case with Harmony wasn't good.
Jameson,
yeah. He was adopted. He got a beautiful life with Blair Miller and Jonathan. Blair is a news anchor. He lives in Georgia now, Atlanta.
Awesome.
He is, I think, a sportscaster. Like, he does a lot of different things. He's a wonderful man. Jonathan's a nurse in the emergency room down there now. Just beautiful, beautiful family.
That's good to hear. That
they adopted 3 little boys.
That's what I'm saying. People don't have to kill their kids. There's people that would love to have a child that can't have kids, and people just murder their kids like it's not. If you don't want a kid, give that kid up.
And he didn't even have to go to court for her because Kayla hated Harmony from before they even had her. She was a constant reminder of the problems with Crystal.
Uh-huh.
She did not like her from day one.
You said
So
Kayla didn't
she
like
didn't,
Harmony at all?
no, and she didn't support Adam's gaining custody.
Uh-huh.
Trying to think of the right words to use. So she did not, and I'm saying this because there have been people I spoke to. I obviously did not have a conversation with Kayla, but there were multiple witnesses saying that she didn't like Harmony from day one, and she had an anger. I mean, from the text message I read you can hear she wanted to end or make Harmony shut up for at least a few days.
Yeah. Do you think she was beating on her too? Like they were both beating on him?
I do feel, because of the things that have been mentioned locally, that there were concerns for abuse from both.
Yeah, that's what I would figure too. If she ain't doing nothing about it, she's probably in on it.
Yeah, I think that she's, it's easy to feel bad. It's easy to want to forgive, Crystal, because, she's saying that she's clean. But I mean, even when she said that she was clean yesterday, like, I think everybody in the courtroom knew that that wasn't true, and documents can prove that. But we're not there to talk about Crystal being clean or not clean. We're there to get justice for Harmony. So there's just a lot of mistruths that get said, and a lot of these people testifying have made deals with the police or the attorney general.
Yeah.
To make so they don't go away, and we have a lot of selfish people in the world.
Okay. Well, look,
So they also he rented the van for $19.99, or the truck for $19.99. It is unlimited miles.
Oh, okay.
And because of the transformer for the Easy Pass, they do have him on the highway going over the Tobin Bridge in Boston multiple times.
So you
So
think he might have threw something off a bridge?
There were statements that he threw things over a bridge in Boston. There were quite a few locations that have been mentioned in the indictment. And I'm sure there's more that they didn't mention in the indictment.
Okay. Well, look, we'll let you get to your lunch and back to court and everything. And thanks for calling in and giving us the scoop.
And if you would like to have more information or whatever, I'm happy to update you via email, or I don't know if I can call this line and just give you an update. I can let you know for sure.
Yeah, or just leave me a message or text. You can text. Okay. You can also text this number. Be like, hey, this is Bird, and then I'll know how to get back a hold of you.
Okay, awesome.
All right.
Have a great day. Thank you for sharing all this information.
All right. Thank you, Big Bird.
Have a good day.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Okay, there you guys go. A little inside scoop on it right there. That she said that, she may be an abuser too. And this is all I was thinking it was fake from the get-go, that this is all show. The Academy Award goes to Kayla. I think, look, she didn't do nothing to help this baby. She didn't render aid. She was around people. Dolly.
I think it's a Doug from Tennessee.
What up, Doug from Tennessee? How's it going, man?
I think it's a waste of money.
Waste of money.
Yep.
The whole court trial.
The whole court trial.
They just drag.
I think they need to put both of them up there with the gas chamber. Have two switches. The first one tells where that baby's at, lives.
The other one does
and then,
what?
And then when they tell, pull both of them.
Pull both of them. It was a trick.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I lied, just like y'all did. Look, you're done.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we got to make sure.
All right, man. That's all I need to say.
All right, Doug. That's all it needs to be. Peace.
That's it. Peace.
Doug, right to the point. Simple, sweet. Put them in there. Tell them you ain't going to pull it. Let them live. But then when they tell, get them anyway. I like that. I like that plan. Yeah, we'll let you out. Yeah, just tell us where to be. We're going to let you go today. Okay? As soon as you tell us, we've hell with that life, that 30 years, man. We're going to let you out. Just give us the baby. We ain't even worried about it. Then as soon as they do it, then you strap their ass to the lethal injection table and dose them. Okay. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
I'm wondering if they find out if Kayla lied on the stand now, if her plea deal would be vacated.
She's been lying the whole time.
For sure. But I'm saying if they can prove it.
Oh, they got to prove
her plea deal should be. I don't know. Her plea deal should be thrown out, man.
She better watch every word she says because they're listening close. Because I think her plea, she shouldn't get no plea deal. There should.
I think they can take it from her. I think they could take it from her.
Well, what it is people need to make sure this lady don't get parole.
Okay. Oh, for sure.
The big
people, all of us people, man, we need to write into that parole board.
I will get that. I'll get the information from Big Bird and I'll post it up so people can know how to write to the parole board there to make sure this lady don't get out in a couple months. That's insane.
Sure, no.
Okay, that's absolutely insane. So if you have a parole board, unless you want to get voted out your job, you better keep this lady in fucking prison.
No shit. I know that. Yeah, she's that plea deal should be thrown the fuck out, man.
Yeah. I wouldn't have gave her a deal to begin with unless she told us where the baby was at. That'd been the only way.
No shit. You're doing a great job, Dolly. I love watching you, man.
All right, peace.
All
right, guys. Yeah, there shouldn't be no deal for this lady. That should have been off the table. I think there was enough evidence against them pretty solidly to convict these people without having to do that. But according to her, she got these welfare fraud charges and stuff. So it looks like 2029, but with parole going up in just a couple months and they run into charges concurrent. See, that's doing her a favor, right? Because if not, she would have had to do all them years stacked on top of each other with the charges running concurrent. She only has to do the charge for one crime. Okay. Even though there's multiple crimes, it all runs together. So just to say they gave you 5 years on one crime, 5 years on another crime, 5 years on another crime. But when you run them concurrent, you're only doing 5 years, not 15. Okay. That concurrent shit, that's just like really charging you with one thing. And usually they do that when a crime is committed together, like you broke the law that contained a couple other laws that you broke along with it. Then usually they'll charge you and let those charges run concurrent with your charge. And the time you get is the biggest charge. You know what I'm saying? Say they give you 5 years and they give you 3 years and they give you 2 years, but it runs concurrent. Then you're really just doing the 5 years. So she has the possibility to parole out, and that ain't good. Do you want people like this on the streets? Please don't write the name of drugs in the chat. Yeah, we try to keep the names of drugs. YouTube is funny about, anybody using medical information or naming drugs and things. So let's try to keep it down. Or just use code word for it, like HF, the big C. We know what it is. We're all adults. We'll get the gist of it, So we're about 25 minutes out from the court case kicking back up. That's to give Dolly a little chance to take a little breather for a minute and get me something to drink. So you guys stay tuned, hang out, go get y'all something to drink. We'll be back, and I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. I'm just going to go get me something to drink, something to snack on real quick because I've been here since just 9 o'clock this morning. So give me 10 minutes. I'm going to throw up the stay tuned. Y'all hang out, chop it up in the chat room, and I'll be back in just a minute, okay? You guys be good. Don't do nothing while I'm gone get me a sandwich. Okay, I'm back with you guys. That didn't take long. Okay, there's still 600 of you here. We're just waiting on the courts. I had to grab me something to snack on. Dolly got to eat. You okay? Hey guys. Okay, so I wonder, are we going to get to see? Here's my question: are we going to get to see the defense go at Kayla today, or are we going to have to wait till Tuesday? What is it going to be? I'm hoping we get a little bit of it today. Adam is not in court. Some states have laws for that option. Judge has to follow the law. I see. I think that's some bullshit right there. I think he should have to show up and face his accusers. That's what I truly believe. You might be right. When they come back from lunch, the defense is going to need some time. And when they come back, I mean, they may go at it. It gives the defense 3 hours. And I mean, they may have it on a little bit of a schedule. Like, okay, you get 3 hours. We'll do lunch. You do 3 hours. I think the prosecutors are done. That's what I'm saying. It's only left for the defense to go in on her. The last thing. The defense is going to be real interesting because, you know, they're blaming her. They're going to say she killed this baby, that she did something to this baby. Why? Look at text, please. Hold on. All right, give me a second, PJ. Okay, check for the. Okay, I will. Give me a second. Thank you to whoever gave to my Get Dolly to Comic-Con fund. Okay, let's see. Let's see. And thank you to April P. Thank you, April P, for the donation to the channel. You absolutely rock. That is super nice of you. Thank you so much. Big virtual hugs to you. Let's see. I don't see that email right yet. Did she send it to the Jimmy Jam 757 one? PJ? Because I don't see it. It sounded like the prosecution was wrapping up. I didn't hear the rest though. It sounded like he was wrapping up to me too, because he asked her, did you kill her? Did you stuff her in the bag? Any of that stuff. Welcome back. I'm just trying to crush some breadsticks real quick before court starts back up. I usually don't eat on stream, but it is what it is. Did you get my CrimeCon donation yesterday? I will go over the CrimeCon donations in a little bit to thank everybody. So if you donate, I'm sure I got it. So thank you so much, Criminal Med. Do they get methadone in jail? I don't think they get methadone in jail. I think they'll give them like nerve medicine. I'm not for sure. States are different. Some states may give prisoners methadone. I'm not positive if that's the case. Check. Okay. Okay, let me see. Oh, okay. She looks like she was on something. Yeah, I'm sure she's on some type of nerve medicine or some type of something. She's definitely on some type of drugs, or she's burnt her brain up. But when she came into the courtroom this morning, she looked way more alert. I think she took some medicine this morning. It was kicking in by later in the day. Anti-anxiety medicine. Now, if you're prescribed medicine on the street and you go to jail, they got to give you your medicine from the street. Maybe if a doctor prescribed her methadone or Suboxone or something like that. See, I don't want to go over the medical stuff like that, but I ain't a doctor. But she needs to be in a rehab for sure. Well, prison is a good rehab. All right, hold on, guys. 1 second. All right, I'm back with you guys. Yeah, let's try not to try not to name any medicines or anything in the chat, guys. We got to keep that on the stick to court stuff. She's definitely guilty in my eyes, though. Like, I know the the defense team, they're about to eat this lady apart. Okay. They're going to hit her like sharks in water. And the defense sounds just like Chris Hansen. Okay. That is absolutely true. We did not condone the use of any illegal drugs. Okay. So don't mention it here. We're just say no channel, because if you don't just say no, you're going to end up like these people that we're watching. Okay. Let's watch these people. Let's don't be these people. So just say no, people. A lot of people think she's an abuser. He's an abuser. They were both abusing drugs and they were both abusing them kids, is how I look at it. If you ain't reporting it, if you're watching a baby get punched in the skull and you're not reporting it, you're just as bad as the person punching that baby in the skull. This sounds like Law and Order. I took Dare. I'm good. There you go. Thank you, Nancy Reagan. Okay. Just say no. I mean, every horror story you hear like this, for the most part, involves drugs. Usually people don't take this path unless they're on drugs. People usually don't have their stuff together in one day, just all of it fall apart. I mean, it happens, but what did they think was going to happen when they didn't get kicked out? They didn't pay the rent. You can't live for free in this world. And then they were bouncing to shelters with a dead baby with them. That is insane. It reminds me of that movie where the dude had the 7 heads in the bag. Did anybody see that movie? I'm surprised nobody asked him, hey, what's in the duffel bag? Okay. Nobody ever asked what was in the bag he was carrying. Don't it a little weird to see a man carry a bag unless it's Kanye West? What's in the box, right? 7. It was in a box. No, that ain't the movie I'm talking about, though. It was a mobster movie. Was it Joe Pesci in it? It was somebody. I can't remember it a little bit. But yeah, 7 too. They had the head in the box. Seven heads in a duffel bag. Is that the name of the movie? I remember it was something to do with 7 heads in a bag. And you didn't find out what was in the bag until the end. He opened it up and it had all the heads in it. Okay, we're 3 minutes out. And only you can prevent forest fires. Absolutely. Jennifer, I don't know where that came from, but I'll go with it. It's what you learned after DARE. Only you can stop forest fires. Okay. Here's the crazy thing. Here's a Mandela effect for you. How many people remember Smokey the Bear? How many people? Press 1 if you remember Smokey the Bear. Press 1 in the chat if you remember Smokey the Bear. Okay, I see a lot of 1s. Do you know it's not Smokey the Bear? It's Smokey Bear. What reality do I live in where Smokey the Bear is Smokey Bear? You don't believe me? Go look it up. There's no such thing as Smokey the Bear. It's Smokey Bear. I feel like I'm living in a fucking Twilight Zone movie. Okay? Look it up. Look it up. You're going to be like, what the hell? What world? I'm in the Matrix. That can't be true. No, it's true. Go look it up. Smokey Bear. Smokey Bear. Okay? Smokey Bear. I don't remember no Smokey Bear. I remember Smokey the Bear. I don't remember Smokey Bear. Yep, and who remembers the Bernstein Bears? Why is it with the Bears? What's going on with the Bears, right? The Bernstein Bears. Mandela effects. The world is changing as we know it. Join my world, Twilight Zone. Definitely. So I made since we got a minute before court starts, I made a video on Mike Tyson biting off Evander Holyfield's ear. This video did, hundreds of thousands of views, and then another YouTube channel stole it, and they did millions of views off of it. But the Mandela effect was so good that they put it into a publication as the 8, I think it was 8, did I rank 18 in the top 50 Mandela discoveries? Okay. So what is alternaterealities.com? I was number 18 for finding that Mike Tyson Mandela. And all Mandela effect is when you believe something that happened and the mass majority of people believe that and it never happened. Okay. Just like a lot of people think it's Smokey the Bear when really it's Smokey Bear, and some people think that Mandela had died and went to prison and blah, 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 and he didn't. So it's anything that a mass majority of people believe to happen that didn't. Now, how many people remember Mike Tyson biting off Evander Holyfield's ear and spitting it onto the mat? I do, but he never did that. He never bit his ear off. He just bit him in the ear. Mike Tyson didn't bite off the ear here in my world. That's what I'm saying. In my world, he bit his ear off. Somewhere in the time. Now, if you believe all this, if you believe this type of stuff, we have timelines, and the timeline has shifted. And things are different. If not, it's just bad memory. But if it's just bad memory, how come millions of people remember it? Or are we having past lives like overlap each other? Not to get all weird since we're in court. I don't know if they have Mandela effect talks in court, but the world we live in is a little bit weird. CERN. There you go. See it done turned into a whole... CERN did it. They're making black holes. That's the reason these people are crazy like this. Okay. Mind control. So this weekend, me and PJ, usually we do a show every Saturday night together or Sunday, and we usually do it on true crime. Okay. But this weekend we're doing one on conspiracies, one on Mandela effect. We're doing a whole UFOs, conspiracies for all you crazies. We're going to do the live stream on that this weekend just to mix it up a little bit. Okay. So y'all not just constantly getting true crime to death. We're going to have a little bit of fun. We're going to be talking UFOs and these crazy conspiracies, mind control. To me and PJ have been watching stuff on the Philadelphia experiment and different things. So we're going to be talking a lot of crazy stuff this weekend. So just prepare yourself for that. What about Stofers? Yeah, all right, here we go.
Are we ready to bring Ms. Montgomery back?
We're ready.
Yes. Ready? Okay.
Let's do it. You don't want to miss it. Okay, you definitely don't want to miss this part. This is going to be the best. Her is what everybody wants to hear. Kayla, what up, G? What up, Beefy? She been eating that chunky monkey. Weighing in. Look at that. You look like the Kool-Aid lady. Like she's gonna bust through the bench. I'm just playing. God, don't strike me down.
Be careful with the lid.
Big people shouldn't wear red. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
Yes,
Kool-Aid! Oh, there's Kool-Aid in that shit she's pouring right there. She's pouring it right into the mic. She was making prison burritos. Trash monkey. That funky monkey. Okay. No body shaming. I wasn't body shaming. Everybody's beautiful. It only matters what's on the inside anyway.
All right for the jury.
Plus, I can't date a skinny chick anyway. They make me hungry.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I just remind you that you
I
remain
love
under
chunky
oath.
monkey chocolate.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to have a lot of questions, but I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand. I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car.
Yes.
And that was from the time that you were evicted.
Yes.
And I think you also said something about
How did he go to the bathroom if he never left
from
you
the time
alone?
that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29,
Yes.
and that's the day after Thanksgiving,
Yes.
a couple of days after you got evicted.
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house.
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam.
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time.
No, we were inside the apartment.
And
You're about to
Harmony
say,
was
caught her
not
in a
under
lie.
the blanket.
No.
And on December, what is it?
Told you they were going to eat her apart and make her out to be a liar quick as shit.
Second,
Quick.
you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember
Selective
that
memory.
they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident
Yes.
and telling them that you thought, where'd it go? That Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott?
Yes.
Because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before.
Uh-huh.
And I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha. Because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. You couldn't remember who might be babysitting them, either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right.
She was alone plenty of
I don't
times.
remember not having them in the car.
She was in the methadone clinic alone. She had to go to the bathroom
If I
alone.
showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
Sure you a copy of our report. It's 4 pages, and you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there that talks about the gist of the accident.
She knows what happened. Why does she need to read it? The jail will give you medication if you got problems. Like when I was in jail, they gave me blood pressure medicine. They were like, "You take your blood pressure medicine today?" I was like, "No." They were like, "All right."
Does that refresh
They can
your
pull your medical
recollection
records
about
up
whether
right
the
in
kids
jail
were
and know what medicine you take.
No, it doesn't? No. Okay, I'm going to ask you about that conversation with the police. You recall the accident?
Yes.
And you recall that it was near Market Street?
Yes.
And you
They got
recall that
access to your
accident
medical
when you
records.
were
The doctors
talking
do
to
in the
police,
jail.
correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of
She could be on anxiety meds.
that.
They'll give them to you in jail.
We'll go back a little bit.
Everybody in the jail is drugged up.
You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. Do you recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I think, I'm
You
not
used to live in
100%
New
sure,
Hampshire,
but I think,
Jeff?
I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother.
Yes.
Well, I didn't know that. Go ahead. Can we listen, please?
So I'm going to start with.
Who's gonna come on my channel and tell me to be quiet?
Probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police. Sorry. No mixed up, but you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right?
Yes.
But there had actually been information in the media about looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
I'll miss you.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Jeff, are you kidding the Crystal story?
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Not that one. Okay.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
I know you got some stories in your family.
When they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine.
Yes.
But you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman.
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
What up, Skater?
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes, that's when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days, yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And
Why didn't she say he was a
you
killer?
stayed with your mom for a little bit after that.
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter.
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there.
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam.
Yes.
You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes, I gave him a ride. So our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to a sober house.
That's even worse.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then.
Yes.
And you get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd tell him he couldn't see the kids.
I don't remember that.
Penny said, I subbed to you, Dolly, for your commentary. Thank you. You know how boring court would be without me? They got it muted right now. I guess they approached the bench. Look at the smirk on her face, her attitude. Her mood, she changes her mood. She don't look all teared up no more. Look, she don't even have puffy eyes. See that faking? You can cry, but your body has a natural instinct to that. Like your eyes get puffy and things like her. See, she don't even look like she's been crying. Them tears were so fake. Look, I don't think Adam's innocent, but I think she had just as much to do with this as Adam, and she should pay the same price.
So sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids and sometimes you would.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him.
Yes.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your anger to him.
Yes.
And then sometimes you got jealous.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was Kelsey or not, you didn't know what was going on, but
because he was accusing me too.
Right.
So.
Right. So it was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you, right? And you'd get mad at him or he might get mad at you, right?
Yes.
But when things were, but you were actually, both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. He was the same way with me too.
Right. You two were
So you couldn't stop him, your best friend.
Things were good, right?
Yes.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of
Not yet.
2021 when you called him and told him to come back.
That's when she gets out of jail.
You didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not
called the
why I
baby a
was being nice
thing?
to him. Was not because of this situation.
Okay.
She called the baby a thing.
Uh,
She probably beat on that baby too. They need to both be in prison.
talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come in to the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in voluntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you talked to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh.
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Because you wanted to do the
Oh.
right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
To lie.
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you
Such a different mood.
chance
Yes,
to,
Tracy. I'm glad you noticed it.
pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say.
He's not in court today.
And that you did take that time to write down what
10,000 watching on
you
court
wanted to say
TV.
to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
Right? And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note, you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give
Which was a
Harmony to
lie.
her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more. And then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however. And I actually can't read it. To show you a copy of
She said she can't actually read it.
for ID and actually ask you what it says.
She didn't graduate from school. She might have wrote something totally misspelled.
You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In that
Yes.
letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as a full exhibit.
Any objection?
Okay. They just muted. So he's objecting to something. Okay, so this letter basically says, you know, this goes more and more into her lies. You know, if you went there to do the right thing, you wouldn't have lied. You know, what was your intent? They're both guilty. You know, they're both guilty. You don't see her all crying and stuff now. She looks a little more worried now, like, oh man, I hope they don't trip me up in something. Because she knows that if she says the wrong thing, that's what she's in prison for now. We say she's setting her up for the questions in the bathroom when she helped her. I think they're going to completely accuse her because, Jeff, they said that he had left to go get drugs. And when he got back, she was outside of the car dead and she wouldn't tell him what happened. Okay. So they're going to, and he covered for her because that was his wife and he loved her. So they're going to say she killed him. Right. So, but yeah, they're going to get into that bathroom for sure. I think so. Definitely on that bathroom where she was helping him dispose of the body. And that's when she was, you know, what I believe is chopped up. That's why they defrosted her so they could cut her up, drain the blood through the tubs. They had the blender to do her. They gutted this baby and drained her blood. That's it, you know, terrible. She was probably one putting it in the blender. You know what I'm saying? She's just as sick as this dude. You know, they should be tied to a pole in a firing squad together is what they should be. So they're arguing this letter to make this letter evidence or not. It seems like you could use the first part of the letter before she asked for an attorney. Pat, thank you for gifting $1 membership. That is super awesome of you. They might have had a big NutriBullet. I don't know if I seen
So
it or not.
essentially, you were pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much gave you, made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? And then
I think so too, Nancy. Just as guilty.
during that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
So she was blaming it on the mom too. Once a liar,
And
always a liar.
And what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole time.
Okay. Well, Adam Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
Chilling from Dunkin'
And
Donuts.
after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter
Yes.
on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out.
Yeah, it was 4 months.
4
Pardon?
months?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Thank you, Regina.
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
How can you really follow? You didn't like you got Twitter.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, she's mad.
And you were saying, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second.
Oh, Lord. They got the transcripts.
During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about
Air's getting thick.
your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
You thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too? Because
Don't
they
be
didn't have
leading
their
her.
mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted while you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10.
Transcripts from the jail.
See if you recognize these writings.
Oh, writings from the jail. She must be reading something bad. You can just tell how the expression changed. She seems like she got nervous all of a sudden. Yeah, Sylvie. The fence is on her now.
You finished?
Yeah.
Do you recognize those writings?
Yes.
And those are writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was
You were
that
scared of
you
Adam.
were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with
She
him
just
one
wanted
last
the
time
D.
before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you
She
felt
loves that
like he
monster.
would
Yep.
understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before
About
the kids still having their mother when
okay,
the situation occurs,
right?
and that he would take everything
Yeah,
so that I could be with the kids.
right. You two talked about that and what would happen, and you both agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right.
That you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children,
Right.
right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death.
Right.
Because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And
like she ain't paying attention now. She's looking down. She ain't crying now. She got that kind
immunity from
she's
everything.
part of it.
Where did you learn about immunity? For
Adam.
Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay.
So they playing all this,
Adam,
all
right?
the way to them being caught.
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And You said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for Harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought, maybe I will help with the investigation for Harmony.
Yeah.
And one of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death, was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay. But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That
He was just never
note
scared of them.
was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
Right? And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with
No
the AG
conversation.
in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That
Yes.
was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
By the way, I would like to have that introduced as a full exhibit. That would be G for ID.
Okay. So they're going over this deal. You know, it sounds like her and Adam sat down, they planned this, they knew they were going to get caught, and if they did get caught, this is what she was to say, this is what they were to do, and this is the plan. This is crazy. They're not going to give up the baby. They've planned all this from to the point that we're watching it's planned. Okay, they knew this was going to happen. How stupid are they if they knew what was coming down? They knew, they planned for it. Crazy. Super, super crazy. Domestic hotline. Why would she tell? Yes, Dolly. I mean, it's just insane. So I wonder what they're talking about. Either way, she got a deal. She hasn't been charged. And, you know, the state's used her to get this evidence, so they're not going to charge her. But you don't see no tears in her eyes. I believe truly that this woman is just as bad as Adam. And even if she just watched it, it makes her terrible. But I think she may took part in the abuse of this kid herself, and she could be just as cause of this kid's death as Adam. Who do we know? They both seem pretty bad. We are $100 away from having a booth fee for Chromicon, Dolly. I know, I seen that. Thank you for all you guys that have been donating to our Chromicon fund. I'll give a shout out to everybody real quick while we're waiting on this to come back. I want to shout out Emma. Thank you. It says have a great time. Thank you, Emma. Athena. Thank you, Athena. Turtle Gang. Goldie. Dolly's Crime Fund. Thank you. Sheila. Granny Bassmaster. Anonymous Donor. Katie. Nancy. Tracy. Thank you guys. Thank you for donating and helping us get to Chromicon 2024, the premiere event for true crime. Okay, well, we're going to be there. Thanks to you guys helping us out. We're going to have a good time. That is our first goal. 1,200 was the booth, and we'll get on that. So if you want to meet Dolly, PJ, and Lolo, we will be in Nashville May 31st through June 2nd. Okay, they're talking for a long time on this one. Okay. They're arguing this deal stuff.
The objection is
I can't believe they gave her a deal.
Exhibit G. The ID is stricken. It is entered as a full exhibit.
Whose name did I mess up? CrimeCon. Did I say Chroma? Did I say Chroma again? PJ is the one that did. I said crime. I never said it before. She kept saying it that night, and now I can't stop saying it.
Sorry.
Thank you, TT.
So in any event, you, after that note was seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March.
Yes.
And you were done.
She said she don't know where the baby's at.
As hard as it was, yes.
CrimeCon.
Done. He was in your past now.
CrimeCon.
Not really, but.
Okay. But your future was about you now, right?
Yeah, tried.
Okay. And you went to the grand jury in May.
Make sure the beard is trimmed. I will.
And 22, May 20th, actually, right? That sound right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay. And this is states, defendants exhibit B for ID.
And I said the same thing, bless mama.
Refresh your recollection?
She loves this dude still.
Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct
That's right, Dolly. Got to eat.
and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't
My
reflect
comments
your
look
recollection
blurry.
about the exact day, but it seems like around the.
Yes.
Okay.
Why would my comments look blurry?
Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying.
Bonded by
Adam,
trauma.
right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were not particularly happy with that.
Thank you, Criminal Man.
Grand jury, right?
Thank you.
I was
Big hugs.
in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. You remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
I would have answered nothing then. It's
that
all
meant if it would get
incrimination.
you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yeah, right here. Here's the link.
But you were also
Donate.
told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
Yes.
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told that you could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years
Yes.
in prison.
Yes.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Wow.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And
How many times she lie? Hope
You
you get you
lied
there
more
selling
than
Elmo's
once.
fire.
You lied more than twice.
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury.
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through what you talked to the grand jury about.
All right, here we go.
They actually talked to you. The prosecutor.
See, I think he knew this because he had been in jail and stuff before.
Yes.
Right?
I think he
Yes.
knew what was going to happen.
This note that was handwritten by you, or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right? Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And you said you thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
what? Come on, lady.
you were asked about physical abuse by Adam.
Yes.
And you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him? You said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told them that Adam dropped you off at work.
Told all kinds of lies. She'd be in prison forever.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car. You were going to work and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning.
But it's really one big lie.
They asked you about your shift and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
And then you also said the day that you were working on at the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about...
It was the location.
The location, not the day.
Yes.
Okay. The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury
6 lies.
you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah." Right?
Gave you a hint.
And he said, "Take a minute and think because we had the records." Right?
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And, but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught.
Yes.
And you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie?
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
But you didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
No.
You knew that she had died.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you.
Yes.
And you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said
Hear the word and
you're
you died in the
trying
car
to
with
convince
you.
the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
I don't know. She's
You said that one of
crazy.
the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that again was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Thank you, Rose.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else,
Yes.
and that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back
All right,
without
we're having some sound
Harmony,
issues.
you actually asked, "Did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said?" And he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
What happened?
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't
Can y'all hear that? Make sure you let me know you can hear everything
You were
okay.
asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
They said, "Are you done with him?" And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that you kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's
I had to
actually
reset
pointing the
everything.
finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not
Well,
when it's the lie.
okay. Because you told them that you thought Adam must have done something wrong with Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers? Do you remember?
Yes.
And that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
We got 1.1K
And
likes.
you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
Even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth, that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
She cut him off.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And
So she helped. I told you she aided in it. She cut the clothes off. She seen every bit of that
last time
baby.
you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, hear me roar.
One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on Direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
The 11th?
Like the beginning of the month of December.
Well, she sat in his chair for 6
Okay,
straight
well,
hours so
I
far.
call that the beginning. Sorry.
You'd been in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from the 20.
All right, hold on. No speaking objections. Please approach.
You can see where she had her lip pierced. She used to have a lip ring. Sidebar. So they're catching her up and all.
You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was November 30th,
Yes.
which was 3 days after your eviction,
Yes.
but that you stayed at Colonial Village, you have said, for about 2 weeks
Yes.
after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Bordello saw Harmony every day behind the Colonial
Yes.
for those 2 weeks, right? That was a slip up, right?
No, because he did see her.
Okay. For 2 weeks?
He did see her a couple of times, yes.
You said every day behind the Colonial?
Not every day.
Okay. For those 2 weeks, he saw her, right?
Yes.
For a couple of weeks, right?
A couple of days. During those weeks, he did see her for a couple of days.
Do you recall which days?
No, I just know we were still in the car.
How could they see her if she was dead? Oh, Lord.
Did Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No,
Okay.
we'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony.
Yeah, if she was dead, how did he see her? That's what I don't get. When she was in the car for the weekend, she was already dead. Remember, she said she was in the snowbank, that she was in the trunk. How did he see her?
And ask you to read it.
And couldn't they just get him to testify if he's seen her or not?
Ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, guys, because when you donate, we're putting the sponsors, your name on the back of the Dolly shirts as a sponsor for Crime Con. I said it right at the time, 2024. So thank you for everybody who's donated. We're almost to the halfway point of our full goal. 1,200 is the booth. We're in there. Can't wait to see some of you guys at Crime Con 2024 into May. Be there. Come meet Dolly. And yeah, that's in Nashville too, for everybody in the Tennessee, Nashville area. CrimeCon 2024 is in Nashville. Okay. She was killed driving down the street. Kayla said that Adam was punching her as they were driving from Burger King up to the Burger King and leaving the Burger King while she was stuffing her fucking face. I mean, her face, and he was beating her in the head. Because I think Adam will say
So
she did it.
And I'm starting at page 45. The prosecutor talked about, so you stayed near
They got her zero
Colonial
food.
Village
Yeah, I
for a
know.
period of time, right?
Yes.
And he's talking about after eviction when you are staying in the car with the family behind Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And you say yes. He asked if any.
They didn't like this little girl. She didn't like him. He didn't like her. Why did they fight to get her? Just so they could hurt her? These people are monsters. They should take these two people together and push them off a cliff somewhere. Let them die together. They want to go down with the ship together. That's what it is.
Refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And at first, you told them that Badero saw Harmony. Did you tell them that Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks?
Fighting for a check. Yep.
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right?
Wise
and
angel,
talk
thank
to
you.
y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
No.
Adam and he might actually give Badero drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay, so you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay.
I knew he was the plug. I knew it.
You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day, but now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
That he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Thank you, Wise Angel.
And so
Okay.
he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. But you said that Harmony
April P.
disappeared, been gone.
Thank you.
Left.
Thank you, April P. You the best.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
No.
You're talking about events after the 30th where Badero is seeing Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony has gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks.
She's getting snippy now.
After eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So
April,
eviction would be November 27th, right?
Yes.
And for that 2-week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9.
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No.
She
I
said
didn't
no.
know what the last time was that he saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was, if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Approach.
Okay, here we go. They're muting on that one. Here's the thing: is they lived out in front of the place for 2 weeks before their car broke down, and then they stayed another weekend. So she's talking about the 2 weeks prior to the weekend that they stayed in the Audi. So she's referencing the car they were in. So he's seen what I think what she's saying is, how can she see her if she was dead? But she's saying she's seen him before he was dead, and she, like that. And then they only stayed 3 days after she was dead, because they stayed in his car and he brought them the pizza. So she's referring. She's making it like she's seen her after that weekend. He never seen her that weekend, because remember, she said they hit her in the ice bank. They had her in the trunk, and he would come down and he'd bring them food. But now she's added that he'd bring him food and drugs. And I was like, I bet you they parked there because he's the dope man. Okay. And it's just close by to the dope man. Sure enough, this dude is the dope man. Just for the record, you love being a turtle. Well, thank you. All right, let's get to it. Dolly need a nap. I'm getting old. I didn't realize how long a court day was.
That you got evicted on the 28th, 27th.
Yes.
And
This
you
chick is full
told
of
the
crap.
grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at,
The dope man's going to testify
Yes.
too.
but you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's,
Yes.
to her mother's,
Yes.
so that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also
Thank
told
you,
the
Sunny
grand
Days.
jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2-week period, right?
Right.
Okay.
So he couldn't have seen her but for 3 days, right? A few days.
Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2-week period for the Badero? Are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2-week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth, right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right? So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed, right? After that, maybe it is a good spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes and we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise.
I don't think they're going to finish her up today. I think she's going to be on the stand for a couple days, to be honest. She looks like she may be. She may be on some meds or something. We don't know though. All rise. Dolly court in session. Okay. She definitely looks tired, but you got to remember, I look tired. I've been sitting here just as long in this chair as she's been sitting in that chair.
15-minute break, and then she can come on back to the stand.
I just put me and her in a room for a few minutes. Let me get some anger out. There you go, B Fox. Right? And you never know. There may be some prison justice. People these days, we be praying for prison justice. Please let there be some prison justice. Let them hold court inside the jail. Find her guilty. Stoney says, I don't want to listen to this woman for a couple days. Well, I mean, we're seeing some of her lies ravel apart. She clearly helped in the shower, where she just earlier took no responsibility for. She's like, oh, I couldn't be in there. But yet you were in there cutting the clothes off, and you said he was doing it. Okay, he cut her clothes. She cut her clothes off. She, to me, should be in prison forever with him. And that's the sad part of this is she gets a free pass, you know? And when he should sit, she should be sitting right beside him forever. April P says, let's keep Dolly alive. Sub up and share. Thank you there, April P. And thank you guys for your donations and likes on the video. We're up over 1,000 likes. Okay. So thank you all for being here with me for day 3. I woke up 3 days in a row on time for this stuff right here. So it's going to feel good to sleep in tomorrow. Okay. I don't have to be up at 8 o'clock. I got up at 6:30 this morning, but I also went to bed at like 8 o'clock. As soon as PJ left last night, I was in bed like that. So, getting up early doing this court stuff, I'm on a normal schedule. You got to be on a normal schedule to do this court stuff. So I haven't been really putting out no videos, and I ain't been doing no like panel channel stuff because I just been tired. And then, time I get done with the court, PJ's here. I hang out with PJ. And then by the time I do that, I'm sleepy. So I probably won't be on later tonight either. I can't make, maybe, but probably I'm going to crash out at a decent time again tonight. But I know this, I'm sleeping in a little bit tomorrow. I'm going to kick back, watch me some movies, lay back on the couch and just chill. Try to get some of this crazy murder, dead baby milkshakes and shit out my mind. This is scarring. Okay. Like, I can't take a hold like this every day. Can you imagine that judge and the people that had to listen to this horrible stuff just every day? Like, just when they got to making blend the blender, I was just like, man, just when you think you heard it all and it's bad, and then they break into, they got the damn baby in a blender. You're like, oh my God. Like, this is what horror movies are made of, and this lady, I believe, look at her. That's when she was arrested. That's what she looked like. I believe they were both beating on this baby. They probably were both hitting every time she cried or did anything. There wasn't nothing wrong with her babies. Why is it just this one baby? They wasn't abusing the other kids. And the only reason that little girl was using the bathroom on herself is because she was being abused. Right? What, natural instinct is when you get scared, your bowels will release. So he was scaring her. And he was probably scaring her, fighting, because they were fighting back and forth. This is one of those relationships that's hostile. You effing him, you're effing him, no trust, and they're just cussing each other out back and forth. And this kid is scared. She's hearing all this. She's seeing all this, right? Couples, when you got kids around, can you? This is a lesson. This is probably for some people need around here too. When you have kids around, you shouldn't fight. Can you just act like a normal person while the kids are around? And maybe when the kids ain't around, you can cuss each other out, okay? And claw each other in the eyeballs or whatever you do. But when you got the kids around, can't y'all just fake it for a little bit? Just saying. This is a nightmare, and like I said, there's a lot of people to blame for this, from Adam to Kayla to CPS, okay? Some people would even say to Crystal a little bit. I don't see it in the Crystal, even to Uncle Kevin, okay? A lot of people failed this baby. So what needs to happen right now is the justice system needs not to fail this baby, okay? CPS has, the family has, the friends have, everybody's failed her. But we need the justice system to come through on one and prosecute the shit out of these people and get this baby a proper burial, find where she's at. This whole he didn't do it shit, I mean, it makes great court TV, okay? They both did it. That's just the facts. They both did it. Allegedly. For entertainment purposes. You know, we got to say these things these days, I guess. Allegedly a lot. Allegedly. And this is all for entertainment purposes. Opinions expressed of those of you guys and not of the channel. Viewer discretion is advised. Fair use, right? We're doing this for entertainment news purposes, okay? If you see something, say something. That's important in this world. These people were hiding it, so there wasn't a chance really for anybody to say nothing. But Uncle Kevin, he did, okay? He said something. We can't knock Uncle Kevin, even though he's a robber and he'll cut people up. That's according to Kayla. He'd come chop your ass up like broccoli, okay? And he's a murderer. I ain't messing with Uncle Kev. Uncle Kev look like, now I get it. He'd like, can you repeat that question again? Just in case I got to kill you. I didn't see Kev as a hitman, just to be honest. I didn't see Kev as a hitman. I just didn't see it. Okay, let me ask the chat. After y'all like the video, okay, hit like on the video, and then tell me in the chat room, do you think Uncle Kevin is a hitman? Press 1, okay? If you think Uncle Kevin is a hitman out there in the chat room, press 1. If you don't think Uncle Kev's a hitman, like this video, and then press 2. 1, he's a hitman. 2, he ain't. All right, which one is it? Is Uncle Kev a hitman, or is he too damn dumb? He wouldn't remember who to kill. Could you tell me who to kill again? That's so wrong. That's so wrong. I forgot who I was supposed to kill. He's shaking. He'd be too scared to kill nobody. Can you tell me who I got to kill again? He was trembling so bad. So bad. I wouldn't want to be. He killed all kind of the wrong people if he was a hitman. He'd leave the house, forget who he's going to kill. All kind of innocent people be dying if Kevin was a hitman. I don't think he ain't like no hitman I ever seen on a movie. You know, look like Morgan Freeman. You know what I'm saying? He ain't no Denzel Washington. Damn Tom Cruise. Val Kilmer. None of it. Okay? But that could be, look, what better hitman to have than one you don't know is a hitman? Look, so there used to be a mob dude. I forget. Maybe my mob people in the chat room can help me. Okay? Because a lot of y'all from Boston, y'all be knowing about the mob and shit. There used to be this one mob boss, and he would walk around the park in New York like he was crazy in his bathrobe. And he was like the Don. Okay? And he did it so people would think he was crazy and he wasn't the head of the mob. Does anybody know what mob boss that was? I know it's one of the families, but he acted like he was crazy. And really he was the head of the mob. Uncle Kevin probably appeased himself. He's not a monster. I don't think, yeah, because Uncle Kev did the right thing. He reported it. Okay. Adam seems more like a hitman. Maybe. Vincent Giannetti. Okay, Rosemary know her mob. Thank you. Thank you. Are you in what are you in New York? What are you, part of the mob? She answered that shit quick. That does ring a bell. I think that is it. Okay. I mean, I don't know. If, my Alexa's stupid. Okay, my Alexa, you ask it some shit, it'll tell you. Yeah, see, and he acted like he was crazy, you know, and he walked around and shit in his bathrobe talking to birds and shit. And that dude was the head of the mob. You never know in this world. See, Uncle fucking Kevin, he could be a hitman assassin. You be thinking that dumbass dude ain't killing nobody. He got a list. You just like scratching right through it. That's it. I Googled it too. Is your Alexa called Kevin? I hope not. Let's see if my Alexa knows. Hey, Alexa, who was the mobster that used to walk around the park in his bathrobe and act crazy?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
See, my Alexa be dumb as hell. It don't know nothing. You got to be real exact on what you asked it. My brother was going to marry his niece, Lisa P. What is that about, Lisa P? Dolly, bathrobe mobster. Hey, Alexa, who was the bathrobe mobster?
Colin O'Reilly is excellent as the bathrobe monster, embodying elements of Caliban and Cramden.
It said monster. Alexa, who was the bathrobe mobster?
Vincent Gigante, also known as the Oddfather, was a Genovese crime family boss who became well known for his eccentric behavior, including wearing a bathrobe in public.
Okay, so see, sometimes you see that crazy person out there talking to pigeons, and they're faking it. They're faking it. That's my point. I'm just trying to prove a point there. Nice, Alexa. Finally, she gets something right. I'm vibrating over here. We got a few more minutes. They took a 15-minute break. Okay. I think somebody's sending me. I don't know what that is. Some spam. Okay. People be spamming me with all kind of shit. If I watched, okay, listen, guys, I appreciate y'all sending me videos and stuff. But if I watched every Summer Wells video y'all sent me, I would never have time to do anything else in my day. All right. So many people send me so many videos. And they're like, "Oh, you watched the video?" I'm like, "Look, man, I got to really pick and choose what I click on a bit because I only got so much time in a day, you know, and so many people send me videos of a million things and want me to watch this, watch, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got time to watch all that. I just don't. I just hate to be blatantly honest. I'd be like, man, I don't watch. I ain't got time. I'll let you know though if I do. You know, I'll be like, yeah, I watched that. That's crazy, blah, blah, blah. But if I ain't got time to watch it, I just ain't got time to watch it. Like, there's so many people out here spreading misinformation and things like that, that it just takes up my time. And there's really nothing in it that I haven't heard, you know? That don't mean don't send me nothing important, okay? That just means I get hit with a million things that are not important. You know, if we could filter it down to some of the more important things, that would be great, okay? So I had less shit to watch and less shit to respond to, would be excellent. But, you know, I'm sure everybody wants to share stuff with me, so it's all good. All right, here we go. We need to start a chat group for his loyal members. Okay, why don't we get any audio? Did they not cut the audio back on? Oh, I think I got the audio off. No, I didn't. Here we go. Let's get it.
I'm gonna bring her in, okay?
Bring her back in. Fudd working today, boy. Get her, Fudd. Walk her in, Fudd. There you go. There you go. Come on with your lying ass. That's Leilani's cousin. Leilani Jr. They kind of look alike. Fudd is an OG. For sure, Fudd is an OG. I can't wait to meet Fudd. It's the only reason I want to go.
Yes.
Oh, what just happened?
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Not quite yet.
What the hell is that noise? Is there a woodpecker in her pants? Check her for contraband. She is hating this. Look, she went back to the cell punching the walls. You know it's cold back there. You see how she's kind of bundled up? Them holding cells be cold as shit. All rise. Dolly is entering the room. Okay. That's what they do when I come in. Everybody stands up, even the judge. They're like, everybody get up. Dolly's coming in. I get my presidential wave like this and shit. She thinks she farted. I don't know what she's doing up there. She look a little swole. That jail food. That jail food right there.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
All right.
And you said that you recalled two and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right? And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
I said grand jury again. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. Yes. Sustained.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at this jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie, right?
Right.
So you also told the grand jury
She got
that
short
neither
arms.
Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told them freely, right?
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want DCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
I think they both did it. Lock them all up. Throw away the key. Let Satan settle it. Figure it out.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine, and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
Because he said, you'll be okay, just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
What is the lawyer trying to help her story out?
One of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
And I'm going to point you to page 64. This is to refresh your recollection. If you would check out, it's about halfway down the page that the conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure, and on to the next page.
There goes that selective memory. You're right. She remembers what she wants to remember. Waste of space human. Kayla lies. The end. Her tears dried up soon as the defense started asking questions. That is damn straight.
So when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking
Just like
about
Lilani, you're absolutely right.
right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, do you remember being asked at that point again, did it make you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her.
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead.
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020, accusing you of things and punching you?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that.
Okay.
But yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay. Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple of hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from it, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids and left.
Yeah. Because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now. Take that back
For
to you,
now.
if you'd like. Thank you. When the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4 and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
Every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you
Yes.
come in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yep.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
I
And
thought
it
we were
was
moving away from
about
this.
the location of Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes.
And we talk about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Right.
And probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury.
Yes.
Maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
One for every
Now,
10.
Before testifying in front of the grand jury, you had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer.
Yes.
And One was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013.
Yes.
And got out in 2014.
They're going way back now.
And it was sometime after that that you and Adam got together.
Yes.
And
So she was already
you
on
were
drugs.
together, but got married in 2017.
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday. And we were planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were also facing other felonies at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time.
Yeah.
That was confusing. On May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property.
Lock them up.
Yes.
And one of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right? And when you were out on bail on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to
Right,
go to
Amanda?
jail,
I agree
and
with you there.
Eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior.
Yes.
And you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free.
Yes.
And you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments.
Yes.
Right?
Lock them up, Chuck. Throw the book at him. She's starting to get a headache. Look at that. That's stress right there. She's been sitting in that chair all day. She's about over it. You can tell.
So I want to talk about
It's starting to give her a headache, like me.
June 3rd and your interview with the police.
I feel like her right now after 8 hours of this shit.
You certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
Because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to them, it would be a very serious thing.
The light's hurting her head.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said, You wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG
Oh, she's
had not
squinting and stuff.
actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could, right?
Right.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
And there was
I
a
think
sort
they're
of
giving me a
agreement
headache.
reached
It's a
before you
lot
gave
all
your
day
statement,
long. How
right?
long can you ask a person questions?
Right.
Good Lord.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right?
Right.
She
That
didn't get the
wasn't
deal she
the
wanted. No.
ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Right.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that
The lawyer's
this would
giving you a headache.
probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts. I'm like having a migraine.
I knew that. I could tell. I could tell the light was hurting her eyes.
Stop. Maybe you approach her on it?
I think they put her, a lot today. And we're already at 3:10 and they're just getting into it. Like how long you expect somebody to sit in a chair and get bombarded with questions? I mean, she's almost made it to the 4 o'clock mark. Like she's, and she's been there since. You got to remember, they brought her to the jail. I got up at 6:30, so she's probably got up at 5 something in the jail. They brought her here. She's standing there in the stair with people grilling her. I'm assuming that she does have a headache. I get a headache just from looking at these damn TVs all day. And the way I knew she was getting a headache, because that's exactly what I do when I get a headache. You'll see me start rubbing the sides of my head. It's because I'm rubbing my temple, trying to get the pressure down a little bit. And it's a lot to do with stress, the lights, and the worst headaches are the ones that are in the front like that. Them are the worst headaches too. And they come on fast. And then every time your heart beats, you can feel that throbbing in your head. So they're just going to let her sit there and sob. It ain't. Her head hurts. You can tell. I believe she has a headache. Sass Sissy says, I hope she does have a headache. It seems like they're going to continue, though, if she can take it. Okay, they're talking to her now off the record because they still have it muted. And they're probably telling her, hey, if you can't continue, we have 4 hours more questioning, or whatever.
Long day.
They're going to call it.
For everyone. And I would like to give the witness an opportunity to have a rest before we proceed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stop for the day today. I know I had
I
said
knew
I
it.
thought we would go until 4, but I think it makes sense for us to stop for the day. So we're going to
These
end
the most
now. We're going to
privileged
come
criminals
back at 8:45
ever.
on Monday morning. I
Monday morning.
cannot say to you strongly enough how important it is for you to avoid all media this weekend. Please avoid all media this weekend. If additionally, if people know you're sitting on this case, they may want to speak to you about it. They may have opinions about it, even though they're not here listening to the evidence in the same way you are. Please do not
Book
talk
my
about
ticket.
this case with
Monday.
anyone. There will come a time, as I said to you earlier, when you will be able to do that. That time is not now. So, it's supposed to be a little warm this weekend. I hope you'll find some good activities to do, but stay away, stay offline, stay away from the newspapers, stay away from any media coverage of this case. Okay. Same rules that I've said to you earlier apply as well about driving by locations. If it's on your route home, drive by, don't give it any extra attention. Don't go to any of the places that we visited on The View or the places you've heard about here. Don't look up any names. Don't do any research on the law. The court will give that to you in the court's instructions. I remind you that if in your comings and goings you see any of the witnesses or any of the parties that are involved in this case, they have been instructed not to speak with you and you're instructed not to speak with them. So they are not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence. You have all
They
been
don't celebrate
extremely
President's
attentive
Day.
today, and we are very, very appreciative. We will see you back here on Monday morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today. All rise for the jurors.
Okay. There you have it. There you have it. I knew they were about to come to an end. I was like, listen, the girl sat in the chair for 7 hours. Let's be honest. She sat there forever. Like at some point, you need a break. And I think even for me, I know y'all want the answers, but even me, I was like, yo, this girl has been there for a good minute. Everybody else was on the stand for like 20 minutes or something. She's been up there since 9 o'clock this morning. First thing, 9 o'clock, they walked her ass right in the door. So they've been hitting her. But, now the jury will get her when she's fresh. And I think that's better anyway, because she acted like she was halfway paying attention to him. She was getting tired. You could see it in her face and her eyes getting heavy. And then when the headache come on, you could see the redness in her face starting to get red. And you started to slowly see her start to rub her sides. And then it was the blinking of the eyes. But that's how the migraines come on, just like that. Either she's a good actress, but I really believe that headache was real. Just stress. And it's the pressure they're putting on her. It's creating that stress and the lights. I get headaches like that. She knows truth. I don't know if she knows where the baby's at, though, because look, I trust PJ. Would I let PJ know if I did something horrible where I hit it at? Maybe not, because she could tell on me, so there's always that possibility that she don't know. She knows she killed him, but you don't know where the body's at. And I believe that. Or then again, she knows exactly where it's at and she went with him. And this has all been planned from the get-go. But all you guys that have stopped by today and hit the like button, thank you guys so much. And real quick, I want to go over this for all you people. Let me pull this over here where I can share it with you guys and give everybody a shout out that's been donating to my Chromicon fund. Okay. Let me jump over here so y'all can see this. Let me go right here. Boom. And we have 38 donations. Okay. Thank you guys. We have 75 prayers. And I just want to shout out everybody one more time before we go. Just says, see y'all. Okay. Emma, Athena, Turtle Gang, Goldie, Dolly's Crime Fund, Sheila, Granny Bassmaster, Anonymous Donor. Thank you, Anonymous Donor. Katie. They're like, I want to give you some money, but I don't want you to know who it is. Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. All right. So does that get everybody or did I miss anybody? That don't seem like 38 people I named. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. I missed some people somewhere. How can that be right? That ain't 38 people. I think I'm missing people, guys. C2. Hold on. Let me try this. Okay, here we go. See, I didn't show these 53 minutes ago. Jennifer, thank you so much, Jennifer. Right here, Saucy. You guys have fun. Nancy, Little Dove, Emma, and then Athena. Okay, so that got everybody. But I just want to thank you guys. And our goal, we're almost halfway to our goal. Okay. We're definitely got the booth though. The booth is the first 1,200 goes to the booth. Okay, so thank you guys that made this possible. We're on our way, baby. We're on our way to our goal. Thank you guys for being here with me. Day 4 will be Monday morning, okay, which is good because Dolly gets to sleep in. All right, Dolly gets to sleep in, which is a good thing. I've been up every morning early this week, so a good day of rest is going to do me good. So don't expect to see me too early in the morning, guys, unless I just wake up naturally because my sleeping schedule is, you know, kind of back to regular schedule. So I might get up. I don't know. I can't promise you anything. I'm going to try my best to sleep in though. So prayers for little Harmony Montgomery out there, guys, for wherever she's at. Okay. Let's still continue to pray that they find the remains of this little girl and that Adam does the right thing, even though he's a monster, and tells us where this little girl's at. And hopefully she's somewhere that can be retrieved and not slung off a bridge somewhere or flung out the window down the side of an interstate. Trigger warning. But continue to keep her in your prayers, and Jesus, hold her tight, and let's make sure that these people never see freedom to do this again. Okay, Dolly loves you guys. I'm getting out of here so I can get out this chair. I've been like, I'm just gonna start rubbing my temples. Okay, oh my god, I need a break. YouTube, I need a break. Y'all like the video? Replay crew, if you made it this far, there's no way you're going to make it this far into a replay. If you did, you are a superhero and you deserve a cape, okay? You guys be great. I'll see y'all possibly later tonight. I don't know. Can't make any promises. Until then, peace.